I'm really, really thankful that you're all here. First of all, a few acknowledgments. By the way, I'm Joe Sutherland. I run the AI Center. Hello. I want to thank Provost Badia Ahad and Cliff Karuba for their wonderful leadership and partnership, because none of this really is able to happen without them. I want to thank especially Danielle. Where's Danielle? There she is. Danielle Williams, Kayanne Sadler, and Tyler Cook for organizing this. Please give them a quick round of applause. And I also want to thank our student volunteers around the room for helping us organize this conference. I really, really appreciate y'all. We have lots of visiting scholars and panelists here from Princeton, Georgia Tech, Northwestern, Cedars-Sinai, and many other partner institutions. Thank you for being here. I also want to acknowledge the public and civic leaders in the room. We've got Zafar Sanjat right there. I see him right there. Thank you for being here. Donnie Beamer, Ernie Anderson, lots of friends from the city of Atlanta, Rowan Foundation, Science for Georgia, and the broader Georgia policy and community ecosystem. I turned on Siri. We're already getting started with the AI conference right there. And thank you to the business and industry leaders who showed up for this. We've got Southern Company in the house. We've got Amazon Music. We've got Box. We've got Intelerad. We've got Trilith, and plenty of sponsors. I really appreciate you all being here. I also want to give Mason Ailstock a quick shout out. Emory is on the board of Rowan Foundation for helping us bring the UCB pharmaceutical project to Georgia with a reported $2 billion investment in the local economy. Please give him a round of applause as well. That's a huge deal for Georgia, a huge deal for Atlanta. So y'all probably know a little bit of this story. I won't go through it too much, but when I was 7 years old, I taught myself how to code in a language called BASIC, which I don't know, none of y'all probably even remember anymore, in a public library, and built a little trivia game. That library changed my life. Nobody asked if I was allowed to go to that library. The door was just open, the tools were there. And I got a glimpse of a future that I would have not otherwise seen. And I've held on to that lesson ever since. To me, opportunity is infrastructure. Sometimes that looks like a library card, in my case. Sometimes it looks like a fantastic teacher, access to great education. But also sometimes it looks like a university deciding to actually build something that people rely on. And that's why this day means so much to me. To me, AI is going to be one of the most important technologies of our collective lifetimes. And I say that as someone who's built in this space, who's spent a lot of time sorting out what's hype from what's real. And I believe that the technology is powerful, but I also believe that the hype is real too. And when those things come together, people need a place where they can speak honestly. And that's what I believe this conference is for. The conference is named Ground Truth. Raise your hand if you know what that means. Ground truth is a machine learning term that means a verified answer. It's the real world baseline for what actually happened. And right now, I think we need a little bit more of that in the conversation. We need it in business, where the big bets are getting made. We need it in government, where the rules are being written in real time right now. We need it in the classrooms, the hospitals, the communities that are being told that this technology is going to change everything, often before anyone has even really explained what it means. And a university, in my opinion, should be really good at this. I think it should actually be maybe one of the last places that's even built for that type of conversation. At a university, you can ask simple questions like, does this technology work? For whom does it work? Under what conditions? What are we missing? Who benefits? Who gets left behind? Those are the actual work that need to be done. And look at the day that we've put together here. We've got a great art and media panel. I see, where's Scott Vota over here, and the rest of the media. Peter, it's going to be a phenomenal panel. I'm really excited about that. We've got folks in medicine. Where's Satish? He's in the bathroom. And energy panels and social trust. And I'm really excited because I think it's going to be actually a pretty good picture of the world that we're entering: creativity, labor, health, power, democracy. If somebody tells you that this is just a computer science easy story, they are leaving out most of the rest of the story. When Badia and I went down to the Newton County Chamber of Commerce back in 2024, I believe, 24, thank you for putting that together, I actually asked the crowd, how many of y'all have used artificial intelligence? And like maybe 2 or 3 hands that went up in the audience. If I were to ask that today, raise your hand if you've used it. Yeah, every single hand has gone up. Now, again, there's some selection bias because you guys came to an AI conference. What I liked about that day was they left hopeful for what the future could look like and better informed of how to advocate for themselves in this brand new world. And so I really think that that's why this work matters. We went from just a few folks to now lots of folks using it, but wondering what it all means. And I don't think that the point of going to this conference is to sound smart about artificial intelligence. I think that the point is to make sure that human beings are better served by the systems that we build. Now, I will quickly just say, I think I'm so proud that Emory has decided to make this like a real initiative. Because about 4 years ago, when Emory made this commitment, the goal was to study AI very seriously, but also to shape how it was used and who it actually serves. In a moment, you will hear from Provost Ahad about what that commitment has actually made possible, and I would love for her to tell that full story because I really think it is a fantastic story. Faculty hiring, courses, research, student work, community reach, it all is very real and it matters a lot. But what I want to add this morning is very simple. I am proud that Emory chose to do this in a way that is interdisciplinary, that is public-facing, and that is rooted in human judgment. I think that the future of AI is not going to be shaped by engineers alone, or executives alone, or policymakers alone. I think it's going to be shaped by the people who are willing to stay in a conversation with one another long enough to get the hard parts right. I learned something in the White House that stayed with me, which is that scale changes everything. And if you build the right institution, if you write the right policy, if you design the right tool, you can improve life for people that you have never met. And that's what I think makes this moment right here so exciting. The reach is actually enormous, and we are being live streamed, I think, to like 1,000 people or something like that right now. I've seen that possibility all over, and I'm so excited to bring it to bear today. The risks are real, the bias is real, the bad incentives are real. We're going to talk about that today, and I'm really excited to introduce you to all of our panelists and our keynote speaker very soon. And the temptation to move fast is just as real, but I also think that people are smarter than the conversation gives them a lot of credit for. And I think that we need to give straight answers. We need to give them a room where they can ask good questions and give them a seat at the table so that they rise to it. And that's what I hope that this conference today does. With that, I would love to introduce you to our wonderful provost, Badiya Ahad. Please join me in welcoming her.
I got a little nervous with a pregnant pause there. I wasn't sure what was coming next. Here. Thank you so much for the introduction, Joe, and good morning, and welcome to you all. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I'm so excited to see so many individuals from other universities across the country. Thank you for going through whatever airport crises you had to manage in order to get here. We definitely appreciate it. And if we can't get you out, Atlanta's a phenomenal city. There's much to explore. We can give you restaurant recommendations. We have a beautiful botanical garden. There's so much here. So, just take your time, enjoy Atlanta, just in case, but we'll see. And also, obviously, thank you so much to those of you who are joining us from the Atlanta community. So about 4 years ago, Emory made a very deliberate choice. And that choice was that we were not just going to study AI, but we were going to ask a much harder question. And that question is, how do we use AI so that it actually serves humanity? So this is a very mission-driven endeavor for us. That question became the foundation of the AI.Humanity initiative. And today, this conference gives us a chance to dive much deeper into some of the many, many ways that AI is changing our world dynamically every single day. So I am so proud of Emory's foresight in launching AI.Humanity. And as Joe mentioned, specifically the interdisciplinarity around that endeavor. Those projects, programs, partnerships, they inspire fresh thinking, they inspire creativity. And all that is in the service to make an impact on society and address our very, very complex challenges. Something that I've said to our community more broadly and many, many times is that societal challenges don't respect disciplinary boundaries, and neither should we. And so this is really an important, I think, marker and example of that important work. Emory now has a community of over 250 AI.Humanity faculty scholars. And 50 of those hires are across 7 schools, and they were specifically recruited for this initiative. This incredibly vibrant community has engaged in work across our campus, focusing on how AI can shape the future of business and free enterprise, human health, law, ethics, arts, and the humanities. Our scholars are doing work that matters. They're using AI to detect cancer by analyzing the human voice. They're tackling questions around algorithmic bias in law and hiring in the law. They're predicting post-stroke cognitive impairment and improving maternal health outcomes. And they're also studying the real-world impacts of data centers in the environment. That work is fueled by more than $180 million our researchers have attracted in AI-related research funding in last year alone. That is a 27% increase over 3 years. We've also been incredibly intentional about recruiting faculty across the disciplines so that students in nearly every school have the opportunity to learn from them. We've launched the AI Interdisciplinary Minor, as well as an Introduction to AI course that's open to all of our undergraduates. We have history majors using AI to analyze historical texts, nursing students who are building tools to improve patient outcomes, and musicians exploring AI-generated composition. We also have an AI concentration for computer science majors, an AI in the law concentration in our law school, and an applied AI and data translation concentration in our Doctor of Public Health. Today, all told, Emory offers more than 40 AI courses to prepare our graduates for the world that's ahead of them and to help them shape the course of AI in their fields. But the AI.Humanity initiative, as Joe explained, was never meant to stop at Emory's gates. The Center for AI Learning, under his remarkable direction, has served as a central hub for artificial intelligence and collaboration, not just for Emory, but for Atlanta and Georgia. Emory is a founding partner of a consortium helping Atlanta's Office of Technology and Innovation define what a robust technology ecosystem looks like, paving the way for Atlanta to become one of the 5 top tech hubs in the country. Emory's AI plus U statewide tour drew more than 10,000 participants in nearly 24 Georgia cities. These free short courses empowered Georgians with the skills and knowledge to embrace AI. As Joe mentioned, when he came down to Newton County to talk to some of our business leaders and government representatives, that engagement was pretty low, not so much anymore. I'm also proud to share that more than 600 Emory students have enrolled in AI.Experience and AI.Data Lab, experiential learning programs where they use AI to solve real-world problems in our communities. As we move forward, Emory will continue to double down on the ethical use of AI. Our vision is to be the leading advocate for responsible AI as we shape a human-centered future. The topics you'll hear today on AI and work, creativity, medicine, and trust reflect the significant opportunities that lie ahead of us, and I look forward to the conversations that are going to happen today. So thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get started on our first panel, which is on AI in art, media, and the humanities. Moderating this panel will have David Schweidel, who is the Goizetta Chair in Business Technology and a Professor of Marketing here at Emory. You're moderating, right? Joining David Schweidel is Scott Vothal. Sorry if I butcher any of your names, by the way. I'm doing the best I can. Scott, who's the Executive Director of the Georgia Film Academy. Mark Rydell, a professor in the School of Interactive Computing and new director, right, of the Machine Learning Center at Georgia Tech. We have Tim Greer, who's an applied scientist at Amazon Music. Dana Hogard, who is the director of visual arts in the Department of Film and Media here at Emory. And then finally, we have Jasmine Goodman, who is the senior director of academic programming with the Trilith Institute. Please welcome them.
This is past feeling pirate squad. They're not too hostile.
All right. Well, we've got a great panel assembled today. I'm going to begin with questions aimed at each of the panelists before having a couple of more general questions. And then time permitting, if the panel is okay with it, we'll open it up for questions to the floor if we have some downtime, because I'm sure everyone up here has pretty strong opinions as far as the topic that we're going to be talking about. So Mark, I'll get started with you. There's a lot of conversation around AI just mimicking the content on which it was trained. And so from your perspective, is AI capable of creating on its own, or is it more appropriate to view it as a collaborator for content creation?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a really great question to start out with. So setting the stage a little bit, I'm an AI researcher. I'm at Georgia Tech and the director of the Machine Learning Center. I wasn't told that directors of AI centers had to wear suits. So I've been working on story AI that can generate storytelling since 2004. So long before generative systems and rocked our worlds. And I wrote my first paper on what does it mean for an AI to be created in 2006, so 20 years. Some things have changed, some things haven't changed. But let me answer your question by not answering, which is to say that there are many types of creativity. It's not one particular type of creativity. I'll mention just kind of two because I think they're relevant. There's recombinatorial creativity, and I think if we think about our image models, right, they're really trained on lots and lots of example images, and they kind of learn a little pattern, bits and pieces, so they're really kind of recombining things. So does that mean they're creative? Well, yes, at one degree they're kind of creative. There's some other issues that we can talk about very briefly, but there's a second type called exploratory, which is really trying to go beyond your data and find things that other people haven't seen before. So if you look at exploratory creativity, I think there's less evidence that our AI systems are particularly well adapted for that. So it's kind of a yes and no sort of thing. Now, getting beyond that, as collaborators, I think that's an interesting question because what AI systems lack in exploratory creativity, they get from their humans. We tell them what to make. We tell them what to build, what to produce, what is good, what is bad. It comes from nowadays is prompting. We tell them with a prompt. They don't do anything without the prompts. So in that sense, they're not entirely creative the same way humans are without the human input. So they have to be collaborators. And I'll stop there.
So part of what I heard, I often tell my students when we're talking about AI might be really good at making another episode of Law and Order because we've got 30 or so years of that TV series, but maybe not so good at giving us a fresh idea. So it sounds like it's consistent with your research. All right, I'm going to turn things over. Jasmine, a few years ago, and I have to change my script given the recent news, but Tyler Perry had announced he was halting an $800 million expansion of his studio because he saw what Sora was capable of. In the news just a couple of days ago, Sora is now being killed by OpenAI, so it might have been a little bit premature. But what we've also seen is both in the Writers Guild and in the Screen Actors Guild that AI was a key sticking point with regards to negotiations. We've also seen the AI actress Tilly Norwood ruffle some feathers in terms of how people think about what it means for entertainment. And so given the role that Georgia has played kind of as the Hollywood of the South, what does that mean for the what does all of this mean for the entertainment industry going forward?
So I have multiple thoughts. My background, in addition to my role at Trilith, which I just started about 2.5 months ago, I'm a media and cultural studies scholar, so my dissertation was on the role of race and gender inside of the TV writers' room. So you can go back and look at every Hollywood diversity report for just issues that we've already had in the entertainment industry. What I will say is that and I'll give an example. Well, first let me say this. Georgia's film economy has been based on physical production. And so that's crew, that's locations. However, we do have an opportunity to own stories. A great example is that, Donald Glover had to leave Georgia to go to LA to make the show Atlanta. But if we have which is crazy, but that's because our economy here has not been built on owning the story, just on physical production. So if we begin and continue to cultivate creative talent, storytellers, writers, which is what we're doing here at Trilith Institute, we have the ability to reclaim that stake so we're not outsourcing our ideas to Hollywood. And then even with Tilly Norwood, and I have a friend which I was going to share, I hope he never sees this, but I have a friend and colleague who decided that he wanted to produce or create a short film using AI, solely AI. And he's like, Jasmine, check this out. This is amazing. And I'm like, it's just okay. You have, strong composition, strong framing. The lighting is good. The technical aspects are there, but there's nothing that I can connect with as a human. And what AI cannot do is replace the power of human storytelling. It's not just entertainment. It's also our lived experiences, our cultural values, our beliefs. All of these things come together to make really impactful and compelling stories. So I would say that, and even Tyler Perry, I remember he posted that video, and my first thought was, oh my God, this is amazing. My second thought is, oh my God, we're cooked. But as we see now, these companies have made these major investments and major promises about what AI could do, and they're simply falling flat because audiences ultimately are what's going to drive what happens in the entertainment industry. And so technology can get us to a point, but it's not going to supersede what the audience wants, and they want clear, compelling stories that they can engage with and empathize with.
I think that's spot on. One of the biggest movies of the year, I have two young daughters at home, was K-pop Demon Hunters. And for all the visibility, all the positive accolades that film got, none of it mentioned AI. And I remember one of the first things I had read about it was one of the writers of it, Korean American, and said, this is based on, to your point, my lived experience, and I wanted to create something that people would be able to connect to. And so I think that focus on content creation, the human story, that perhaps all the AI hype, these are just tools, perhaps, that we need to figure out how to use to complement those stories. Tim, turning to you, some of the research that you've done is looking at the way that music evokes emotions, and what you found is that people respond differently to the same song. So, given the work that you've done on recommendation systems for music, how do you see AI coming into that, particularly generative AI? Is this something, piggybacking off of what Jasmine had said? Does this resonate with people, or is this kind of just like elevator filler music that we can create?
Yeah, I'm excited to talk more about the elevator filler music, but to more directly answer your question, so I think generative AI is going to fundamentally reshape how music's made, but not necessarily why it matters to us. And so a lot of my work in my PhD was on emotional response to music, and what I found is that people can have vastly different responses to the same auditory stimulus, the same song. And that could be as a result of some cultural experience that they had, autobiographical memories, or just lived context. And I think that's something that AI still kind of struggles with, right? It can pick out trends in music, but it doesn't have this lived experience that we share. So where I see AI, I think, becoming really powerful is in expanding this kind of creative surface area. I think artists will be able to kind of cycle on ideas faster and experiment with different paths forward, new chord progressions, and new song starters. And that's all well and good because it lowers the barrier to experimentation. But I think it's like Jasmine was saying, I think it's going to come down to what are the stories that we want to share as humans. I think on the industry side as well, recommendation systems will also kind of develop a little bit more, especially with regards to response to emotional states. So you can imagine a scenario in which you're working and you start to get a little bit bored and the music picks up, or it's responsive to how you're how you're feeling at the time, which is really exciting. But I think this opens up an entire can of worms regarding authorship and attribution. Overall, I guess I see AI as less replacing musicians, but more kind of shifting the role from being primarily a creator of some type of art to like more of a curator or a director, making meaning out of something, which I think is what art's all about, right? Or if we're reflecting culture, but also kind of driving culture. And so I think like Jasmine was saying, the heart is still in the human intent, the story, the narrative, and the identity. That'll always be the anchor.
When you talked about kind of the music adapting to you, I'm just envisioning all the sensors that are going to be around us to enable that music to react. Dana, I'm simplifying things a little bit, but the work that you've done often creates environments that reinforce the physical self and the sensory experience. And so given all of the AI content that's available and the tools that are out there, how is this affecting your approach to creating as well as teaching?
So I make work that kind of facilitates embodied experiences. So getting people to feel and recognize themselves in space and hopefully reflect upon that under various circumstances, mostly recently in kind of sense memory. I'm thinking about how the body holds an archive of physical stimuli. And so luckily what I do is not commercial at all, right? So, the AI is not really encroaching in that space. It's more of a tool. Artists we use tools, welders, sewing machines, paint, brushes, AI as a means of getting to where we want our expressive thing to be. So, as I teach, I'm lucky to teach in a liberal arts institution where hopefully students are there to better themselves in some way, right? If they're into it. And so we're we're facilitating creative problem solvers. And the process is a huge part of that. The having an idea, the failing, the reapproach, the adjustments, the inevitable second failure, that does, just the time that takes is kind of one of the most important parts of the artistic process for me, for our students. And that's where the interesting things happen. And I think what AI, the way that, I use it sometimes, the way a lot of my students use it, it shrinks that, but it doesn't replace it, right? So because we're dealing with prompts, we're dealing with, recommendations, and I'm hoping, as we're working with our students and they're kind of incorporating this, is to not shrink that too much, right? The time it takes and the failure that happens is so important because then we have to come up with these interesting, unexpected solutions. So, as we're conceptually based artists in the way we teach art at Emory, and so we're trying to think about both what we're trying to talk about, how we're talking about it, and what's being presented all kind of in consort. AI isn't doing that as well as, I think it could, or it should rather. Let us do the fun stuff. Hopefully AI can do the boring stuff so we have more time to think critically about ways to express ourselves. Can keep talking, but I'll stop.
It reminds me of some of the early stories we heard about AI of, what are we using AI for? We're using it to write, we're using it to make pictures. I wanted to do my laundry. Right? I wanted to do my dishes for me. Let's focus on that. Scott, hearing all of this, when you think about how we prepare students for careers and the direction that you see kind of the industry moving in, what do you think the future holds for creative industries?
Since I'm the old guy on the panel, it's kind of interesting for me to sit back and listen to all of this and hear, because our whole goal at the Film Academy is to prepare students to take everything they've got at these amazing colleges, universities, all the professors that work with them, and invest all of this energy and creativity into these students and allow them to monetize it out to the world. And in the past, I think Jasmine mentioned, we've had a lot of companies that come and bring production services here. And that's been the big boom in Georgia. But I believe the next decade, we're going to be much more like the Asian markets that are going to be self-monetization of content creators away from a studio model. And you're going to have the opportunity as a creator to just create these are tools that are going to be able to let you put what you want to share with the world. And it's not so, it's really, it's going to be transformative for the content creator. And our goal needs to be teaching them and making them feel comfortable with this new technology. Most of the students I talk to, and I hate to say this, are afraid. They are totally afraid. And I go around the world, I've talked to, in a lot of other countries. They're terrified because I don't know that we know how to give them the right tools to be successful. But we have to teach them to monetize, to learn the business of this new model of AI-assisted, streaming, entertainment, all the different pieces that are represented here today. I don't know that I'm going to be the person that knows that, but it's going to come.
But I think if that's the direction we're heading in, and I'd love to hear kind of everyone else's thoughts on this. It's lowered the barriers to being able to create content. I don't have an artistic bone in my body, but I'm able to create content now. I still need to find an audience for that content. All right, and Jasmine, sounds like you have some thoughts on that.
So can y'all hear me? Okay. So I have a few different thoughts. One, what I love about this boom in innovation and technology and AI is that it allows creators from the margins to push their content. So voices that have been traditionally denied access and platforms, they have the ability to create. The flip side of that is what Merriam-Webster calls AI slop, where you just have a whole bunch of crap that's just out there, and because it was created by AI, it's viewed as this shiny output. And so I think that we have, from an audience standpoint, I've seen this happen in the market research industry. I've seen it happening in the marketing industry where audiences are pushing back on AI content because they realize that it's not real. So it's fun to look at, but it's not real. And so I think about kind of getting to my point earlier about these cultural moments. And I don't know we have some young folks in the audience, but if you think about Whitney Houston singing the Star Spangled Banner at the Super Bowl, AI can't replace that. Mm-hmm. I think about Prince performing at the Super Bowl. That was an iconic moment. You cannot replace that. And so I think that with all of what's being created, we have an opportunity for voices that have been historically excluded to share their perspectives. I think they will find their audience, but there will be a lot of slop that's out there. And I think it's important that we, as we're, building out AI and media literacy materials, hopefully we're integrating it into K-12 curriculum, because a lot of that critical thinking process that you talked about, it starts before they get to your classroom. We can't allow students to outsource their own creativity, their own critical thinking to AI platforms. We have to show them how to coexist and work with it while still prioritizing their voice, their experiences. So I said a lot there, but I think that I see the good and the bad, but I think also that audiences are discerning and they want what's real. And we have the ability to do that by training up the next generation of storytellers that can create real content that resonates.
Daniel, do you have some thoughts?
Yeah. Here we've talked about, this idea of art, existing to create meaning, or what you say, to be meaning, or
I think AI is going to fundamentally change how we make music, but not how we feel about it.
Yeah. I think one thing that I want to say anchor is it's not, the meaning isn't the end goal, it's the process. To find the meaning, to search for the meaning. And then this idea of kind of, this is a big conversation and it might not be the place to have it, but art versus content, right? Are they the same thing? Should they be the same thing, or can they exist distinctly from each other, right? Content seems to be this idea of revenue and capitalism and this is all here to serve a monetary purpose, which art has done for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, right? But does it have to be? Can it be a way just for the satisfaction of making a thing and learning and bettering and then communicating, kind of divorcing it from that? And I think that's an interesting thing to keep in mind as we're talking about how AI affects art. And
I do want to kind of mention there's some new data coming out that entertainment arts in general, as an area where students want to go into, is dropping drastically in North America, in Europe, maybe not so much in South America and Asia, but people don't see how they can monetize their skill set and don't know how do I have to make a living at this, right? I mean, if you go to be a theater major at a college, where am I going to go to work except teaching theater, right? There's not many theaters. So again, the monetization is not to capitalize, but to be able to have people know where they're headed. because we're going to lose a lot of great creatives that are going to go into other fields if we don't figure out how to tell them how to make money doing what they love.
Yeah, Marshall, please.
So I'm very distressed by that because Georgia Tech just started a tech arts and entertainment degree. Yeah. Well, okay. So I live on the computer science side, and we're in desperate situations with AI coding agents right now. And what I tell my students is, if you're going to thrive and succeed in any sort of form, you need to be the creative thinker, right? You need to have, original thoughts that anyone else cannot have, because if you're just going to produce what everyone else can have, you have no value in the marketplace, right? And I hate the fact that we have to think about value in the marketplace in terms of life and living and, supporting yourself and things like that. But what stands out? So I'm actually kind of hopeful that, arts, the liberal arts, the creative arts are the place that we can turn to, maybe in conjunction with technology, because I'm at Georgia Tech, I have to say that, as kind of maybe, a way out here. And I guess,
What?
well, I'll just, no, I mean, but this notion of creativity, okay, so we're talking about the creativity in art, and I think lots of times when you talk about creativity, you want to think about art, music, film, things like that. But creativity is universal, right? It's creativity in terms of like, what app should I build? What company should I build? How am I going to solve this problem in a way that no one else is going to solve? How do I get to work because they just closed off I-20, right? I mean, even that's like the most mundane form of creativity, but it is creativity, right? Creativity is human. We do it all the time, even though we don't think about it. It's not just about art. And that is the thing that I think, AI is threatening right now. And this is where we as humanists need to push back and kind of, all right, so I'm a technologist, but bring truth to power, to turn some technology, how we build them, how we design them, how we deploy them.
So,
Soapbox.
So to follow up on Scott's point about, where the job's going, I think that the jobs will continue to evolve as long as, and I'm talking now to the students, you don't think of yourself as a filmmaker. You don't think of yourself as a playwright. You think of yourself as a storyteller that can tell stories across platforms. So it's really exciting. So you can take filmmaking principles and apply it to verticals. You don't have to stick to one lane of storytelling. So it really is an exciting time. I teach my students, I have a faculty appointment at Clark Atlanta, and I teach my students that you are so much more than just a filmmaker. You are so much more than a publicist. You have ways, if you understand story and good storytelling, you have unlimited possibilities to create. Now, of course, there are nuances with different ones, but I think that that's the exciting part about embracing technology and innovation is that you will find a way to tell a good story on the most appropriate platform.
Sitting in the Kurzweil Business School, I feel like I'm going to put on my capitalist hat for a moment. But I think what you're saying extends well beyond the media and film space, because again, what AI gives us are tools that we might not have had the ability to do these things before. So if we're looking at as an individual, what can I create that could be a solo venture, whether I want to be an entrepreneur, whether I want to be an innovator. Maybe I'm employed and I say, I could use a tool that's going to help me do this job. We're now able to create those tools ourselves without writing any code, which if you have that creativity, if you have that innovative streak in you, that's going to create new opportunities for you. The terms like AI slop have come up, kind of content versus art. It reminds me a little bit of, there's, anyone that hasn't seen it up in New York in the the Museum of Modern Art, there's this giant AI exhibit right when you walk in. And there was just a story on this artist, I think it was on 60 Minutes, I'm forgetting his name. But he basically took the entire digital archive of the museum and created a streaming AI visualization, creating new art based on what was already there. And it's fascinating to watch people walk into the museum and just sit down in front of it for maybe 30, 60 minutes just watching what comes from that. But we've also had musicians like the conductor or composer Hans Zimmer. I remember watching him talk about his approach to making music. He had recorded micro segments of every instrument playing every note. And that was the library that he worked from when he was composing his original pieces. So perhaps what we're seeing is just technology enabling what others have been doing manually before and democratizing the availability of those skills. One of the other trends we're seeing, though, is in the marketplace. I think, Jasmine, you had mentioned this. People reacting adversely when they know that it's AI, not necessarily to AI-created content itself, but once they know that it's AI, they immediately backpedal and say, I don't like it. And if I think about art, I draw a distinction between the art that I can buy at Home Goods or TJ Maxx to put up on the wall and art that is not mass commercially produced. But how do you see kind of AI-enabled or AI-created content or art coexisting with traditional human-made content?
I can take that. So I guess I don't think that there's going to be this schism between AI, purely AI art and purely non-AI art. And we're actually already seeing this if anyone has uploaded anything to like a streaming service, you actually have to label this is AI assisted, this is non-AI, or this is pure AI. And I think we'll see those labels persist, I guess especially in spaces where authenticity is like part of the art itself. I could see like an indie film where there's an auteur, for example. You want to know that it's from the Safdie brothers or whatever. Another scenario would be like certain musical spaces. I would want to know maybe if a jazz set is improvised or being done by real musicians. On the flip side of things, I do think that there's also some art where it doesn't matter as much about the authorship. So certain types of advertising, functional content. I don't care that a rain sound necessarily was produced by like actual rain. It can be AI generated as long as it puts me to sleep. That's my personal opinion. It could be different for other people. But yeah, we would see that there's like kind of differences in the intent of these types of media. And I think what's interesting is this might actually increase the value of explicitly human work. If anything be generated, the scarcity shifts from content itself to perspective on that content. So like Jasmine has been saying this entire time, it's about like getting inside the mind of the creator and being a part of the community of the artist that you're trying to support. So I think it's less about competition between AI and non-AI and more about differentiation. You have different contexts, different intents, and different narratives.
One of the other questions that I'm curious about is, we know that the cost of creating content and the quality of the content is a huge variable factor there. But what is this doing to culture? You mentioned, Whitney Houston or Prince singing at the Super Bowl. We have these mass moments that everyone is tuned into that, or at least we used to. Right now, we don't have that kind of common ground where we're all tuned into a particular event because we've had the proliferation of media outlets. And given how partisan the country has become, we choose the media outlet that most aligns with what we're interested in. But the more we have AI-enabled content being created and pushed out, does that change the way in which culture is formed?
I think it can to an extent. I think about the rise of social media influencers where you could just become popular because you were pretty or because people liked your hair or they liked the way that you talked about your beauty routine. But eventually, as life happens, as people experience more, they connect with what's real. So we see where people, and I'll speak to influencers specifically, they're kind of being chastised because they're out of touch. And we're also starting to see the rise of the academic influencer. We're starting to see the rise of journalists as influencers. So I think that as things continue to evolve, we will see a lot of the AI stuff. And I think about the bunnies jumping on the trampoline y'all remember that? The bunnies up there. I was like, oh, that's so interesting. I'm like, it's clearly AI, but it's interesting, but it's not enduring. And so what's going to endure are the content, the art, the artifacts that create, that again are encoded with that human component.
This will get
Go ahead, Mark.
this will get sorted out. I mean, anytime like cultural panic, I don't think we're necessarily cultural panic, but I mean, like, culture has always been changing. Culture has always incorporated technology, especially in the arts. It's always been appropriated. We'll figure it out. This whole slop phenomenon may be very, very different in 1 or 2 or 3 years as society or subsets of society kind of figure out what they value, why they value it, and tastes will shift accordingly. And
That's unique. That what you just said, that's the key. So to me, AI is a mirror, okay? And it's causing us to look at ourselves and take a hard look at ourselves and ask ourselves the question, what am I doing? Am I doing something meaningful? Am I saying something meaningful? Am I working and doing something meaningful? And it's going to be hard for us to look at ourselves, and it's going to be hard for us to move forward and decide that. But I think we're going to really elevate as a culture, as a society, as a people, to another level of meaningful productivity. But we have to look at ourselves, not look at the AI. Don't concentrate on the AI. Concentrate on yourself. What are you doing? I mean, think of the leisure industry that is so huge right now. Would that have been something my grandmother would have even imagined was possible? Right? What's the next one? We can't even imagine what's coming, what we're going to be able to spend our time doing because of technology. I think we need to embrace it, but it comes first with looking at yourself. Why am I here? What's the purpose of me being here? And that's what you were getting at. Take a look at it.
I mean, basically, yeah. So to follow up on that, I think, this whole phenomenon of slop, is really being driven by two things. One is the legitimate, I think, perception by artists who are trying to make a living off their art of content being stolen. And unfortunately, I think copyright laws are not going to be in artists' favor in that standpoint, because copyright is really kind of filtered around commercial activities, for right or wrong. Laws can be changed, but that's a different story. But the second, I think, is, and I think this theme has come up a lot, that Zainab used the word authenticity, you use the word real, right? I don't know what the correct term is, but the notion that humanness was behind or had influence into it. I don't want to say everything can't have AI in it, but how much of the thought, how much of the process came from the human versus the AI? Are you getting something for free? Are you cutting the line and getting onto social media, unjustly? I think eventually, if I were to make a prediction, we will strengthen our understanding and our ideas that, human effort goes into these things, and it's really always in art been human effort that we've actually kind of cherished. And to say something a little bit controversial that I've had people have told me they really kind of hate at times is human lifespans are finite, and any moment you spend not just trying to survive and making art, you didn't have to do that. And that's value, because it's coming from a scarce commodity, which is the human lifespan. And AI doesn't have a human lifespan, so that somehow is devalued by that perception. And then, what's really phenomenal is, people who are on the fringe of struggling to survive actually making art outside of art, that just becomes that much more amazing when you think about it from that perspective.
Yeah, and kind of piggyback a little bit on that, I think that there are ways to use AI in art that is incredibly powerful and meaningful. The work at the museum where it's generating all of these arts from their catalog, I would argue that the art it's generating isn't the art, but the project is the art, right? It's a comment, it's institutional critique. And so artist intention, our intention in how we use this and how we create, how we spend our time is kind of maybe not the most important thing, but certainly a crux that we should focus on and treasure. So
I got a 2-minute warning, so I thought we'd use the remainder of the time if there are questions from anyone in the audience for the panel. I think there might be mics floating around, but if in the middle, if you want to stand up and just share your question.
Yes, I kind of dance around it, so I was wondering if the panel would speak more explicitly to the ethics of attribution as it relates to art. I know that might be upsetting the limits of this conference, but for example, for visual artists who it's not like a singer who you see their face singing casually STEM, or even in visual spaces, if you are an active novel, your sound is a bit off. But if you are a small artist who's been putting things on DeviantArt or somewhere in place, where you don't have any name that should be largely attributed to, but then your style becomes what the machines are learning from. How do you then, how are we thinking of the ethics of that so the persons don't have that kind of color?
I think that's a great question. Before asking for views from the panel, I'll share, we had done one study related to this where we found that if you were to tell consumers that art is created by AI, but that an artist has contributed to the AI's ability, and compensating the artist with a royalty-based model, consumers themselves are actually willing to pay even more for that art when they know that the contributing artist is getting some of that revenue. What are views from the group on this question?
No, I'll just say from the film and entertainment industry perspective, the guilds and the unions are cracking down on how, like let's say an actor's name or image or likeness can be used in creative works. So we have seen some regulation coming from the unions, and that's why, these protests have been happening. But I can only offer that from that perspective because I do understand your point about the perspective of a visual artist, because that is concerning. But it's also good to know that the data shows something.
I was going to say, I think that people still want to primarily see human-made art, and if I'm giving two identical images and somebody tells me one was created by an AI, one was created by a human, I'll have more appreciation for the one that's created by a human. I think like an interesting study is the Tilly Norwood study, which is that it's kind of like a technological achievement by humans that we were able to make this AI in the first place. So I feel like it's kind of hard to untangle. Is this like a human achievement that we're celebrating even though it's expressed as an AI, or is it that like this AI has gotten so good that now it's like creating art that we actually appreciate? But I guess like overall, I think that like the creative, because it's now easy to make pretty good art, it's going to be really important to have identity, narrative, and taste, which is still up to kind of the curator, and maybe more of the onus is going to be on the artist now to create those communities, to make like a narrative that people can really get behind and appreciate. Whether you're like a visual artist or you're a musician or a filmmaker or whatever, I think it's going to be increasingly important to like cultivate that kind of community and get your voice appreciated by people, even if you're not front center in like the in your art itself.
Daniel, you had a comment?
Really quickly, it's so defeating to artists that I know and our students to see that happening, and I'm not sure I figured out the right way to frame it other than, just keep making it, and trying to figure out the reasons that you're making it, try to focus on those reasons. If you're making it for commercial reasons and AIs are stealing your style and then making the money for you, that's terrible. We don't have the deviations because we're all independent contractors. But, I think that there's a creative spirit and an artistic spirit that lies within almost all of us, I hope all of us, and that some of us are able to utilize to create these things. And, I talk to my students about just, having the process be part of the reward, which does not pay your rent, does not commodify things, but it makes the sting hurt a little less.
I think I'm told we got time for one more question. I saw it.
Well, yes, I got a question about the consumption of the.
Hello? Okay, there I am. So we talk a lot about the creation of content, and I don't hear so much about the consumption. because I've yet to meet someone who says, I like consuming AI-generated content. We talk a lot about people who want to, consume human-generated content. But conversely, there's a lot of interest in creating AI content, kind of what we label as maybe AI slop or something. So I wonder if maybe and your thoughts on this, could we be shifting from made by the few for the many, right? You have a talented artist who performs for millions of people, but now you have millions of people generating for the few. Because as we've seen, people who create something with AI, they're very interested in what they made. Oh, look at this short video I made, or look at this song I made with AI. No one else is interested. So I guess, is that something that could be disruptive to the market, where we have a lot more creators and they just consume their own stuff and they don't consume other things? Because I don't think people are going to really maybe go out and seek AI-generated things to consume.
I think, at least one view of this is from a corporate standpoint, from a business standpoint, is an efficiency gain. I can make ads with AI that are a heck of a lot cheaper. I think we've done studies where we cut costs by 80% for making ads that perform just as well. But that's on the content side of things. On the art side of things, I think it's a very different conversation.
Well, there's Sora, right? A social media network that was built around just watching people's video. Now Sora's dead, and it's not because it didn't work. It's actually just too expensive to run that model. But that would kind of demonstrate there are people out there who just love watching AI generated stuff. Now, when I like it, it's because someone had a really interesting idea there and that made it happen. Isn't that clever? Which kind of gets you back to what do people value? Do they value the cleverness? Do they value the aesthetics? Do they value the colors? Right? There's just so many different ways of appreciating art. Art's the ultimate long tail. I love my son's art. Will I expect to see it in a gallery? No, I'm okay with that, right? But that's just an example of a completely different way of that value can manifest. So I don't really have a point. I'm just talking.
Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I love what you brought that up, because I think globally we're seeing a trend toward your second point, which is a lot of people are consuming or producing content for a few people that are consuming it. The U.S. consumption of Hollywood product is down internationally probably 60% or more. And all of a lot of the stuff that's going on with the unions, I have to say, are really trying to prop up a model that isn't functioning globally, and holding on to a model that is eroding. The future, I really think, is in the individual being able to, I know I say monetization all the time, that's not an academic term, but the monetization of a single person's content out to whatever audience wants it. Even Netflix is figuring out in Thailand, where, I live in Thailand and work here in the US, but 60% of what they produce or what they create is local content, right? It's not US content repackaged for the Asian market. It's targeted. And so we're competing not against that, this global glut of content creation. But I think it is moving toward that. But the great part is, with technology, you can monetize your own stuff really, really easily if you just know how.
Last word to you, Dana.
Just really quickly, it's a great question, a great point, but it kind of reinforces that's how art has existed for so long, right? You go to a small local art show, it's people showing the work that they made to their friends because they really want to look at it, and it kind of stops there. And that kind of, using AI to do that for that own personal, hey, I made this video that's really cool that I like a lot, nobody else cares about. That's the kind of, that type of means to an end, I think, is the positive side of AI, because AI creation, rather, because it, lets people do the thing they want to do. I think when it kind of extrapolates out and kind of becomes attention hogs and is used to, just for views and clicks, that's when it starts to get muddy. It's a great point.
People will never stop making art just because we have AI.
Yep. And I think that's a good way to end this panel. Thank you all for joining us today.
Hey, y'all. Welcome, and welcome for coming back after your break here. We've got an interesting panel.
I think. I'm just getting to know these gentlemen, and I'm going to have them introduce themselves. I'm Tom Smith. I'm an economist and a finance professor at the Goizueta Business School. I think that they asked me to talk about this or to moderate this panel because I talk a lot about the current state of the economy and about Georgia's economy and the momentum of the economy on the news 2 or 3 days a week, every week. And this is definitely an issue that is being discussed, and I know that I'll be sitting in on some radio shows and some television shows in the not too distant future talking about how AI is changing the future of work, especially in Georgia. So I'm going to start from the end here. Actually, I just met Mason here, and so I'm going to actually have Mason introduce himself, explain what it is that he does before we go into any questions, and I'm just going to go along the path. If that's okay.
Great. Well, good almost afternoon. Mason Ailstock. I'm president and CEO of the Rowan Foundation. Rowan is a 501c4 foundation that owns 2,000 acres in Metro Atlanta and Gwinnett County. We are proud to have Deb Bruner, who I think is in the room on our board, right there in the back, along with Georgia Tech, UGA, Spelman, and then industry leaders. And our vision, our goal is to use that 2,000 acres in partnership with the state, with the USG system, with universities across Georgia, the technical college system, to recruit industry in life science, agriculture, and the environment, creating meaningful jobs, taking on global challenges. And we had a great announcement this week, our first company coming in, UCB, investing $2 billion for a new facility, a 460,000 square foot building. So we're excited, rocking and rolling, and happy to talk about AI at length, because that's a key part of UCB's model in the life science sector.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome. Just to level set, I'm curious who's in the room, and that I give better answers later because it, will be relevant to you. So how many of you are from Atlanta, like born and raised?
Born and raised. Oh, born and raised, like two of them.
For born and raised. And then is it mostly Emory alums, or is people here connected to Emory, to the Emory folks?
Yeah.
And how many people are out of towners? You just came here for this today.
No, it's not sure.
See,
Patients?
student yet.
Okay, I can dig that. Yeah. Are you a patient at Emory right now?
Wait.
All right, well, I hope you're well. She's having mask up. Maybe we should mask up to protect her. But either way, I serve the city of Atlanta, and so I'm Mayor Dickens' Senior Technology Advisor. And it's a new office that has a dual mandate. So we want to find technology that the city can use to help your citizen experience, our service delivery. And then the more fun part of the job is we want that tech to be built in Atlanta. And so we try to support the students here to give them resources to build companies so they don't have to move to California or New York, one of those other markets. I'm a Reformed founder myself and a Georgia Tech alum, so we'll get into all that later. But thank you all for being here.
All right.
Please.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Cage Dudley. It's struggles, I think, kind of like my age. And I'm executive at Boxers, the traded technology company. I lead our AI platform and partnerships efforts. And what that generally means is I ensure partnerships with every major model provider, an AI lab, like OpenAI, and all the places that Box content, which is unstructured data, integrates with those things, tracking T, Cloud Cowork, all of that jazz. And Box is a file system for the largest enterprises in the world. We have 70% of the Fortune 500. So when I'm talking, you can think about that context as being like, we have all of Nike's content. We have all of IBM, AWS. Like, this is where this data lives. And so my work is making sure that that content uses AI responsibly and securely and effectively.
So,
very nice. Good morning, everybody. I'm Stephen Ferguson. I'm a principal research scientist at Georgia Tech. Also help lead the Georgia Tech Manufacturing Institute as deputy director there. I came to Georgia Tech a couple short years ago to work on Georgia A. I'd spent 23 years in the technical college system with Georgia prior to that, the last 2 as a CIO. And really that was what led me to tech, in that I had a portfolio of technology, research, innovation, and all these really cool, fun things. I had great technologists on my team, so they could do all the research innovation things that I loved. And we helped write this $65 million grant to the U.S. Economic Development Administration that came Georgia A. I came over to Georgia Tech after that was awarded, helped lead that program. And my biggest and most difficult but challenging and fun role there is to bring industry into collaboration with Georgia Tech to help them solve some of the biggest problems and then put that into practice. That's the big piece, right? We don't just want to be in a lab thinking about fun and cool ideas. We want to solve problems for industry and translate that research directly to practice so that folks get it on the factory floor, faster than ever. So really glad to be here.
All right, thanks, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to start with Donnie, if that's okay. So this is a new office that you're working with within the city. Is your job or your role supposed to help businesses understand the role of technology going forward? Are you supposed to help the city roll out technology? I'm just sort of curious.
Yes.
Both of those things.
But new office of technology and innovation, and you think about these stated goal from the mayor is we want Atlanta to be a top 5 tech hub.
Okay.
And so what does that mean, right? So we are the place that you go when you want to build a company, and also, like you called out, if you are operating in Atlanta, there should be some level of digital technical literacy.
Yeah.
Nothing that can make us even more competitive, but 3 areas of focus for the work. The first is to shift perception. And so when most people think about Atlanta, they don't think tech first. Probably closer to Hollywood than anything else. But when I finished Georgia Tech many moons ago, if you wanted to be an actor, you moved to LA. If you wanted to be in finance, which I started my career in finance, you went to New York. And then if you wanted to do tech, you went to San Francisco. But now you can do all of those things here.
Yep.
Right? And so in some ways, it makes the brand more confusing, because what is the one thing that if I'm doing, I have to do it in Atlanta? But we do want tech to be one of those first associations. So that's perception. The second is measurement. So if we want to be top 5, that's based on what? And so deciding what are the metrics that we should track and collectively share to drive together. And then something as simple as definitions. What is a startup? Getting alignment around that is another area of interest. And so that's around measurement. Depending on the measuring stick you use, we're probably, 11th around there as an ecosystem. Most people just look at venture dollars raised and, of course, companies born. And so we've got some room to grow. But there are other things that we really stand out on, like the survivorship of the companies that are born here. Because if you raise money in Atlanta, that means you've got something really strong. Because the risk tolerance of investors is not quite as cavalier as that of investors in California. And so that's perception, measurement, and then lastly, resources. So resources being talent, capital, customers, the things that you need to grow a company. And so if we can increase access to those, then more companies can be born here and succeed here. So that's the work.
So, and does this dovetail, Stephen, with what you're working on? Like, are you helping companies inside of Atlanta understand what their tech trajectory is?
Absolutely. There's some industry, UCB is a good example, coming in, but also, Hyundai, plant down in Savannah, they're going to build a greenfield factory. They get to reimagine how they're going to operate, how they're going to manufacture goods right here in our state. And that's not the reality for everybody. You go to Hyundai, it's like Star Wars. I imagine, some of the other, new large-scale plants going to line are going to look a lot like that. They're heavily automated. However, most of our manufacturers, there's about 12,000 here in Georgia, are mom and pops or somewhere between that in the automotive scale. They have investments in technology, such as, $1 million, fully automated, high-end CNC mill, maybe with hybrid capabilities and additive as well, sitting next to a 75-year-old boring mill. And, Bob has been running the boring mill for 30 years. It's critical to their operations. They'll look at you and say, hey, we can't get rid of that or Bob because they're critical what we do. There's not a button on the machine for that, and it's a part of what we are. And so one of our roles in collaboration with our teams like Georgia MEP and others, but one of our roles is to help companies reimagine how they might apply technology to their manufacturing environment. The other is to show them that they're solving today's problems with technology they know about. What if we could bring the research part and then show them that there are other ways to solve these problems and now work with them on rethinking how they might operate? Where that really comes into play is if you want to remain competitive in somewhere like Atlanta and in Georgia, automation is not an option. If you want to grow and scale, automation, AI adoption is going to be critical so that you can remain competitive, locally, nationally, globally, all those things. We want to bring in a partnership so that we can show them what we're working on. We can also connect some really smart people to fixing their biggest, thorniest problems today so that they don't fall behind tomorrow.
Right. So I was just talking to Mason earlier. So he said that they're trying to you are bringing RTP to the ATL, yeah? Or I don't know if it was exactly those terms, right? So, close. So I don't know how many people know what Research Triangle Park is, but just to get a level set, can you explain to people what Research Triangle Park is and what your team is doing in Georgia?
Sure. So for context, I came to Georgia after serving as the chief operating officer of the Research Triangle Park Foundation, which is the 501c4 that has managed RTP since 1959 when that was formed. A lot of similarities in our governance structure. Again, our partnerships around economic development, our universities, our technical colleges. But the heart of it is around this creating a very intentionally curated destination, so real estate, and aligning that real estate with two components: industry needs, growth and expansion that are a priority and an area of excellence for the state in recruiting those companies to Georgia. And then on the other side, the pipeline of talent and resources that are needed in order for those companies to be successful. And then giving them a home where we can build new facilities, we can create programmatic connections, both within our 2,000 acres, but also spending time with Donnie in town and partnering with what's going on in South Downtown or in Athens in their innovation district at UGA that they're building out. And really thinking across the state, how does Rowan connect and serve Georgia in its entirety as we work to recruit these industries, lift up other amazing innovation assets across Georgia, and bring those all to bear as a part of being globally competitive. And that's the role of the foundation. Our staff and the work that we do and working with our board is to use our land in that way and setting a trajectory that truly is multi-generational. Rowan will not be fully built out for 30 plus years because it will be intentionally curated, it will be intentionally programmed, and we will form the partnerships that give it that vibrancy where it really should never be complete. It always should be reimagining what comes next. How do we look into the future? What are companies seeing in particular industries, and how do we help create a culture where that's cultivated for years to come?
Awesome. Makeja. Did I get that right? Okay, all right. So you mentioned your company is essentially operates as a file system. So, but are you running your servers are in the Atlanta metro area? I'm suspecting, no, you've got servers elsewhere. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, so Box is based in Silicon Valley, and it uses cloud servers.
Okay.
And so, like most SaaS today, we run on AWS, GCP, Azure, which have their servers pretty much all throughout the United States and other areas, primarily in rural areas where land is cheap, but also where it's easy enough to hook up an insane amount of HVAC systems. So that's sweet spot.
So, but your role is in Atlanta, or your role is, I'm trying to understand how you're associated with the Atlanta metro, greater Georgia economy.
Sure, I'm not. I'm associated with the future of AI and work.
Okay, that's good. That's what I just want to understand. Just trying to figure out what I'm coloring around here.
We have 70% of the Fortune 500, and we have a lot of customers here in Atlanta.
Right.
And so we work with a lot of large enterprises that are thinking about how AI affects the way that they work, the way that they hire, the employees that they have. And so I think that would be the most tangible connection.
Okay, all right. I'm just meeting these people. Okay, so let's talk. Well, let's talk about what you just mentioned. Then, lastly, which is trying to connect AI to the future work, which is the name of the panel, right? So, how are your companies that you're working with talking to you or communicating with you about? Here's what our biggest concern is, and then I'm going to flip it and say, here's where our biggest opportunities are.
Sure.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, I think basically from an enterprise perspective, there's two concerns that large companies have. The first concern is kind of like FOMO, fear of missing out, where they are terrified that they will be slow to adopt AI such that their competitors will outpace them. So if you're Wells Fargo, you're terrified that USAA is going to figure out AI faster and their margins are going to be 20% better than yours. And that's true in pretty much every industry. So fear one, we will miss out, we will lose revenue, we will fall behind, and we won't be able to keep up. And that's true in tech too. You'll see like the CEO of Salesforce coming out and saying that we are an AI company and Microsoft is terrible. And they had nothing live that was based on AI when he said that. So fear one, FOMO.
Yeah.
Second fear is being the first big mistake. So similarly, on the opposite side of that, Wells Fargo is terrified that they'll use AI and something terrible will happen with somebody's personal data or financial information, and then they'll look like they really messed up. And rather than just be, this is the texture of a new technology and these things are bad and they happen, they will be like the shining poster child for AI being bad for their industry. So I think those are the two main fears that are playing in most of the, like, at least large corporations' minds.
I don't know. Wells Fargo messing up, that's crazy talk.
Yeah. Do you want me to do the opportunity as well?
So yeah, actually, the flip side, what do you think of so those are the fears. So what do you think is the biggest opportunity? Are people saying, this is where we can leverage it?
So if you look at like McKinsey's report in 2025, they said about like 2/3 of people are saying they're still prototyping. I think 2026's report will look quite different, where we are seeing most Fortune 500s implementing at scale some form of AI-based system, whether it's internally or externally, and it's actually going to production. And I think the place where I disagree a bit with our keynote speaker is that customer service is actually a place where AI is getting used intensely and quite effectively. There's like a $400 million in revenue company called Intercom that's based on using AI for customer service as an example. And fundamentally, there's two opportunities that I think echo the previous panel's statements, which I loved. One is, the first is keep us doing the fun stuff, do the things that we don't want to do. And then, as the keynote speaker said, AI focuses on probabilistic things.
Okay.
And so fundamentally, that means the opportunities are things that people have had to do that a creative mind didn't need to be doing, that are mostly based on like likely outcomes. And so what that means is when you submit your mortgage application, the first thing that AI probably does really, really well is, did you submit all the right forms and were they filled out?
Right.
So these are the types of things where people are investing heavily, where they can get a lot of profit margin from things that aren't high risk customer service for millions of people. Like if you don't like the answer a customer service agent gives you, you'll ask another question. It's okay if it messes up once or twice. And areas where you don't need a creative brain. And the unfortunate part of that is a lot of people have paychecks and lives that are in those worlds.
Yeah.
But that is the primary area of opportunity.
Okay. All right. Stephen, are you hearing the same kind of things? Like, what are the company's biggest concerns, and what do they think are their biggest opportunities?
Yeah. So in the manufacturing space, I can speak for several spaces. Let's go to manufacturing space, where I work a lot now. Their biggest concern is workforce, especially when you look at small and medium manufacturers. When you look at large manufacturers, they have equal concerns just at different levels. But the biggest concern is, am I going to be able to recruit and retain the talent to implement and sustain my operations if I automate? Some good examples of this and where AI gets applied is in those repetitive tasks. Well, if you think about that, the repetitive tasks are often the entry-level jobs. We all want senior level, technical, research, engineers, whatever it is, we're at senior level. How do you get senior level people? You grow them from entry level.
Yeah.
And so the challenge with automation and what the big fear is, am I going to be able to find the talent? Am I going to be able to recruit? Am I going to retain it? But how are we going to grow it? How are we going to generate this talent? We are removing an AI. I think I've said this many times. AI will replace jobs, but it's going to create even more. They're just very different jobs. But we're removing the first rung on the ladder because where we train people the most, those entry-level repetitive tasks, the jobs people don't want to do are the ones that are going to be heavily automated. So we have to train our future workforce to be ready to reach a little higher for that first job. That first job, if you remember way back to when you got it, different times for different people here in the room, but for me it was a long time ago, that's the hardest one to get. That first job is the hardest one to get. And so it's going to take our industry partners, those bigger companies and the smaller ones too. I am the product of a youth apprenticeship program from 30 years ago. It was magical. I didn't know the value of it for 10 years. But that first job, we'd have companies that lean in and go, we're going to intern, we're going to apprentice, we're going to give the young folks an opportunity so that when they're ready, whether they stay with us or not, they're going to be better off for having been with us, and they're going to be ready to reach for that second rung on the ladder. Now, what are we doing about that? What are the opportunities there? One is at Georgia Tech, we launched a program called AMP, Advanced Manufacturing Pathways. We are reaching in, we're bringing faculty and researchers into the classrooms across Georgia in 6 high schools, like right now, well, it's lunch, but earlier this morning, in 6 high schools with Georgia Tech researchers. And we are embedded in existing classes. If I say the word Pinewood or the phrase Pinewood Derby, who knows what that is?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Who has fond memories of Pinewood Derby?
Sure.
From long ago? We have modernized the Pinewood Derby experience. We were trying to connect with kids. We want the creative kid that goes, man, I like making things. I want them to bring things to life. I want the Rich Turner. I want those kids to get excited about data and data science. And I want the computer nerd like myself to go get excited about making stuff. But we're taking that modernizing experience. We're teaching kids how to 3D model a car.
Cool.
We're teaching them how to 3D print the car and the wheels and machine the weights. We put CNC machines and 3D printers in classrooms around the state, and we're modernizing the Pinewood Derby experience. A couple months ago, I can share with through the team here, we did our first tri-district race. We had 100 kids get together and race cars. These are valedictorians and special ed kids racing head to head. And I got to tell you a quick story. One of the kids who his instructor did not think he would have a car, but wasn't going to step in and take anything away from him, was one of the special ed kids. He won second in the race against 100 other kids because he found something he loved. And so we're creating interest early on in these kids and showing them that making stuff is cool. It's not dark, dirty, dangerous, and dull. It's not the industry and economy that your mama and daddy and your grandma and grandpa worked in so that you wouldn't have to. It is new, it's modern, and if there's an opportunity, is investing in those kids because they're going to be the future implementers and sustainers of bringing automation and AI to not just manufacturing, but to all industries. So I'll stop waxing poetic.
It's good information to have. From the city's perspective, what are they hearing are the biggest concerns and maybe potentially the best opportunities?
There is, of course, fear of AI taking jobs, right? And it will happen. I think the responsible thing that can happen first, and funny enough, this is part of Steven's story that I'll let him tell because he's going to do it way better. But there are jobs that people just don't want, right? And maybe they're not safe. And so there was, he talked about manufacturing. So, Georgia is a big chicken market. We sell a lot of chicken. And so during COVID, of course, it was unsafe for them to go into those places where they carve up and break down chicken and make them into wings. And so as part of Georgia AIM, they created chicken robots. Not ones that you would eat, but ones that would break those chicken parts up. And
in the spirit of taking jobs that people don't want, that was one of the, I think, best applications that a lot of people don't know about, right? And so you start with that. And then the other thing that occurs, because this happened with the ATM, with any type of automation as you introduce it, it creates this fear that there's no longer going to be a bank teller, but instead it created jobs that require more skills and provided more opportunity to people. So part of my journey, we created this artificially intelligent robotic bartender. It was an AI device before AI was a buzzword. And so I was doing this at Georgia Tech at ATDC in 2013. And I remember, rolling this thing out. It's kind of like a Coke Freestyle, if you've used one, a touchscreen interface, but for cocktails. And so we sold it to movie theaters, limited service hotels. And I remember being in the elevator in Vegas and people say, oh, you're taking good American jobs. Because that's their perception. They think, it's like Cheers and people are, know your name and what you want to drink before you get there. But the truth is, you just want to get your drink and get back to your seat if you're at a sporting event. Or most of the drinks that are actually served come to you at your table, so you don't know where it came from. And, at your table when you're dining. Yeah. It's actually the largest sort of on-prem service application. So, I think the fear, which can be valid, because one of our biggest markets was Pennsylvania. As you know, Pennsylvania, the bartenders are unionized there. Yeah. So the Eagles, the Steelers, they were customers. And I remember having to fly up to Pittsburgh multiple times because the machine wasn't acting right, but it was just being sabotaged. So, right? By the bartenders who are, if you're getting paid $25 to make a Jack and Coke, I don't know if you're, the mixologist that we're used to, when we're doing fine dining in places that we might like to visit. So there is risk, but this pushes people to get better or can help them find something that's a better fit. And so those are some things that we think about with the opportunity that's created, but then creating training at Emory, Georgia Tech, the technical colleges, the entire system to get people prepared for those new jobs is what we have to figure out. So that's some of the opportunity that we're taking on. And in fact, you're asking him about his role here. And I thought immediately about data centers, because we don't want your data centers. But the misconception about a data center is that there are no humans in it, where they do in fact require electricians, plumbers, mechanics, right? All those trades that have fallen out of favor. And so you know how hard it is to find a plumber if you own a home. Like, I don't know, last time you've been trying to find somebody to come and fix something, but instead, introducing these careers to people that have not considered them and trying to remove some of the nonsensical rules. I hear this story about, it was like Wyoming or somewhere, where you had to get a certification and pay for a course, and it took you like 6 months to become a barber. And that's because some legislators there own the barber schools, right? And so when you figure out that there's not a real reason that someone should take 7 years to become a master electrician. So those are some things that we could also think about, in addition to working with Microsoft to create a course through Perscalis that's going to prepare young people to take on these trades and then work in these data centers. So if it's not a Microsoft one, it may be one of, the AWS ones that are in the metro.
Mason, are you hearing the people being fearful, or is it just purely on the opportunity side? Or you're just selling opportunity?
I hate the F word.
Which one? Opportunity or selling?
Fear.
Oh, fear. I wasn't sure which.
I'm not a big fan of fear. I think fear is a very human reaction, but I think when we look at how we can define new tools, new resources. So when we talk to companies, when we work with Dr. Sutherland, who is, I think he's still in here, we partnered around an AI&U workforce program that went around the state, training, reaching out to startups, people that were interested in not being afraid of AI, but how do they incorporate it into their lives? How do they use it to make their small business more successful? How do they use it if they're a C-suite executive and to be more efficient? So I think what we hear a lot of is how can people learn more about this as a resource? Mm-hmm. How can it help to make them more efficient? How can it help them to train up new skilled workers, or those skilled workers looking for an opportunity to access that information in a way that is either not overly burdensome or costs too much money to make it happen? And we kind of live at that intersection between the private sector, who is wanting to be competitive, be profitable, have a supply of workforce, while also saving money where they can, being the most innovative, being at the cutting edge at whatever it takes in research and development in those fields. And then just in our surrounding community, where Rowan, we're not in Atlanta, we're kind of on the edge of metro Atlanta. So there's a lot of folks that have lived in the more rural areas, excited, but can be concerned around what does the future hold, what does economic development mean and investment mean. And they want to not be ignored. They don't want to be thought of as fear-mongering. They want to be thought of as interested in their own future, just like you would in any community you live in. So how can Rowan help bridge those areas and then identify the brilliant minds in AI, in workforce, in research, innovation, education, and then create space for those conversations to happen? That's really where I see our responsibility falling, is being that neutral convener for these people to be able to come together, have those intentional discussions, become better informed, and then use that information in whatever way helps them to be more successful, more prosperous, and be able to contribute to society. That's what we do.
Yeah, I can appreciate that you wouldn't like the word fear, but I have to identify that I have students, or I hear from owners of companies who are fearful that their role in the economy coming up will be eliminated, right? Like, I don't know if let's suppose there's a company that is responsible, in the government this happens a lot, is that you might get a government contract where you're responsible at the Department of Defense for essentially filling 25 roles for administrative assistants. Like, that's a real job, and somebody's company really does get a contract for filling, they've got 25 seats. So then they might say, wait a minute, AI comes along, you don't need 25 people, now you need 2 to do those 25. And all of a sudden that person says, well, my company's not out of job, like I don't have business anymore, and I can't hire those 25 people because now they only need 2. So is that going to be a new company? I see Makaja is about to say something. So go ahead. What's your response to that?
No, I think it's interesting because it relates to also what was said in the previous panel about like curation versus necessarily creation and what's shifting. So in some cases there, I think, is a time lag, and in some cases there's an unplaced fear. So for example, there was a report that came out yesterday on software engineer hiring in technology. Software engineers have been some of the most fearful because AI models are incredibly good at building code. It's like the best thing that they do. And it's actually increasing. So companies are hiring more software engineers than they did ever before. And I think that says kind of 2 things. One, hey, that's great. Like, you're still really relevant. But 2, there's this concept of a thing becoming cheaper, increasing overall demand for that thing. And so previously, there were a lot of companies who could never hire a software developer because the output of a software developer compared to their very incredible cost wasn't a good return on investment. But if you give a software developer Claude Code and they can create the output of 5 software developers, you might just have in total more companies able to hire software developers. So I think there's one flavor of that. And then the second flavor is a time lag flavor. So for example, clean energy, I have a friend who advocated against the idea of clean coal. And they went in communities and they said, clean coal is bad. The market shifted such that renewable energy is cheaper. And so now they lost their job as an organization because everybody was just moving to renewable energy. And so what they had to shift to was, how do you rehabilitate ex-coal towns?
Right.
Because there's this lag in time where renewable energy might create more jobs in total. But as everybody has said, those jobs might look different.
That's right. That's a good point. So I teach international trade, and actually I was telling my students that when you start to look at your comparative advantages and you move towards your comparative advantages, the benefits are very, very diverse, but the costs are incredibly concentrated. So we move towards, and this was the example I used, you move towards renewable energies, everybody benefits by having more reliable energy grids and or cheaper energy, but you've got a town in Virginia where 1,000 families have just lost their jobs, right? And it's very hard to reconcile the fact that everybody's benefiting, but the handful of people who are feeling costs are everybody who's in a one-horse town, so to speak. I've got more questions for this panel, but are there any questions that you guys, lots of questions. All right, I know. Go ahead, please. Yep.
Ty Federal over the Oxford College rapes. All I've done are you.
Not surprisingly and encouragingly, is enthusiasm and breaks off. Where do you want chafe in this system? Where do we need it?
That's a really good question. And I think much like Mason, I take a very positive approach to most things. But when it comes to AI adoption, I mean, I think you have seen Walmart announce that they're ending their relationship with OpenAI this week. And I think if you mentioned Gartner earlier, I think, and so the risk is that companies are adopting and applying AI too broadly, too fast, without understanding the real impact. Government is adopting and applying AI without understanding what the impact.
Whoa, no. That is separate.
Federal government. No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying and I work in government, right? I'm in government. We're using it at scale and doing a really good job, but we're also trying to stay ahead of a power curve. We can't get behind that power curve. And so I say that, I don't say that to say that you're doing something wrong, but we can't get behind that power curve, but we don't yet understand all the implications of it. And so we're going to have to figure those things out, and we're going to have to work together to figure that out very, very quickly. I serve on an AI advisory council for the state. And, a lot of what we talk about is, okay, if we do this, what does that mean? If we do this, what does that mean? And those are the conversations that have to happen very early on or shortly thereafter. The other thing, being a technologist for decades, what I know is if you don't get ahead of the power curve, your users, your communities will. And so you can either manage the growth and adoption, or you can let it happen unmanaged, and then you've got a lot of cleanup to do.
I also have a perspective on this that's maybe more specific to the LLMs themselves. And so my team and myself, we negotiate the agreements with all of these AI labs. And I think there's two places where we absolutely need to chafe, and we should create an incredible amount of friction. I think the first is in the context that we are giving to these models. We talk about them as a monolith, but that's kind of like saying every web page is the same on the internet. And so I think the first piece is, does it have the effective information to do the role? And I think we're seeing kind of one version of it in our lives, and the information that it has is like the internet, which is biased and which is terrifying and all those things. And so I think one of the first places businesses in particular need to chafe is, how do we give it the responsible, accurate data to be effective? Chafe number one. Chafe number two is pushing providers to ensure that the necessary safeguards are implemented. This is also maybe another disagreement I have with the idea of AI as a black box, which is that you absolutely can create safeguards. For example, if you look at the business terms of Anthropic or OpenAI's models, they now include IP indemnification. So if there's any law professors here, this might tickle your fancy. But basically it means that these AI providers are now saying to companies, if we infringe on IP, on intellectual property in our output, we will assume all liability. That means that is billions and billions of dollars of potential liability that these huge businesses are willing to assume, which means that they are able to control in a way that is sufficient that all of their lawyers, investors, and founders are comfortable taking that. So it absolutely shows that AI can control its output. And that is the second place of chafe. And that only occurred because companies like the companies in manufacturing and industry and technology said, we're not going to implement this if we might get sued for IP infringement for billions of dollars. And so those, for me, from a technology standpoint, are two areas we should chafe a lot.
Well, we've got some other questions here. I saw your hand and then this gentleman here. So first over here. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Emory senior at the Goizueta Business School. I'll be staying with Honeywell in Atlanta post-graduation, and I'm wondering how you are retaining talent in Atlanta, because a lot of my peers are talking about New York, San Francisco, LA, but people don't really want to stay in Atlanta for tech. I will be working in business automation, so for me, I think of automation as Atlanta, but a lot of peers don't have that perception. So how are you actively kind of changing that perception and trying to retain talent here?
Okay, well, there's a specific initiative. It's called ACES, which you may not know about because, and I'm failing, in that sense. But it's the Atlanta Collegiate Entrepreneurship Syndicate. And what it does, it connects Emory. You know about the hatchery? Okay, at least you know that. If you didn't know that, I would be, I'd say it's you, not me. But so they have an entrepreneurship center just a stone's throw away from here. And they have similar centers across all these campuses. So Georgia Tech, Georgia State, Spelman, Morehouse, Clark, Morehouse School of Medicine. So we're trying to connect those campuses. So the next unicorn that comes out of Atlanta is a doctor from Emory, an engineer from Tech, sales guy from Morehouse, right? And so how do we bring the folks together to leverage that brilliance? And the other thing that we have to do is expose you to the companies that are here. And so the excitement around those other markets, because I suspect those people aren't from there, they've just done a great job selling you a dream. And how many of you here know Calendly? Y'all use Calendly to schedule meetings? If you just raise your hands. And how many of you knew that it's an Atlanta company? And that's crazy, right? Because it's a huge brand that you've probably engaged with. It's a local. The founder went to UGA. That's the only problem I got with him. But and he's black too. And so all these things that if you were aware of, you would say, oh man, there are these fantastic opportunities here for Flock Safety or OneTrust and these fantastic brands that if I were to consider where to start my career, Google and Amazon sounded like safe names, but they're the ones that are laying off people left and right, right? They might have even rescinded offers to some of your classmates. And so we've got about 2,500 startups here in Atlanta, 19,000 tech companies or so across the state of Georgia and the metro. And so there are a lot of opportunities here that people just don't know exist. And so the things that we're trying to do across all this space is first awareness, then access, so help you get the skills that you need to compete or find somebody that can help you get an interview. And this lastly is interest. Like, how do we make it sexy? And so if we can get in front of you, so make sure you catch up with Ben Garrett and the folks at the hatchery. We've got an event Wednesday of next week. It's the State of the Atlanta Tech Ecosystem. So all of you are welcome to join. If you're interested, let me know and I can get you an invite out. And so there you'll see some of the founders that are here. And we're specifically focused on what you heard on the first panel. Really, it's about entertainment and the evolution of entertainment and storytelling here in Atlanta. It's how it shifted from just being, verbal to augmented and virtual reality.
Awesome. Thank you. This gentleman down here had a question right over here.
Hi, guys. Love the panel. Really love the discussion. Couple things. One, yes, engineers are being hired. The problem is, and I'm actually benefiting from this issue, I'm an early stage startup. Don't have money. A lot of early stage startups in Atlanta don't have money because funding here is non-existent. It's not that it's a little bit, there's none.
Okay. It's aggressive. That's aggressive.
No, but it is. But it's true. For any pre-seed startup, it's not. Later on, absolutely. But the one issue that doesn't solve is, for instance, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar. Like a few years ago, if you were a CS major in Georgia Tech, you would go for a walk and you might trip over a job offer. Literally. The sheer amount, when I put out a call for an extremely low pay internship, again, be a revenue startup, I had about 60 applications from Georgia Tech CS majors who already had graduated. This is how different and bad it has gotten now. Now, does it mean that all the CS are not being hired? No. But a big element of them, when we actually communicated with them, was that, AI, a lot of companies have curtailed plans. Some of the interns we have now from other schools, they literally had their internship offers, resigned it, because of either AI spend one or AI replacing the need for interns. So all those things are kind of a question, though. That's a much deeper question. I don't expect anybody to have an answer for that. But on the side of Atlanta, I'm a really passionate ecosystem person here. I love the fact that we're building here. There's a reason why we built here, right? The issue is, if you're an early stage startup, and the big battle that we have to fight as a city, probably as a state, is the ability to get pre-seed investors in here, because the earliest money is the one that really gets things off the ground. And Calendly is a perfect example. The amount of work he had to do before he got his first round, it's beyond amazing, but it was very difficult.
And so I will validate his claim. If you look at Atlanta in 2025, there was about $1.2 billion in venture capital raised, and only 25 million of that was seed and pre-seed. And so it's largely, massive rounds in the later stages of the larger company. So you're right, it's problematic, and if you can't just get started, right? Like once upon a time, Coca-Cola was you, right? And so if we want those Fortune 500s to exist, we'll need to fund them. So something we're doing directly from the city, there's two things I'll call out. We actually passed legislation in 2024 to allow us to make our first venture capital investment from our pension fund. And so we've got now $85 million that we put from our $5 billion pension into private markets. The lion's share is private equity, right? We don't take too much risk, but we're doing our first venture investment. Another thing, there's actually legislation at the Gold Dome right now to increase the cap on alternatives at the state level. So it'll go hopefully from 10%, which is nonsensical compared to most states. They're doing like 30% in alts, just up to, I think, 15. But their $120+ billion pension, every percent counts. So that's some of the things that we're doing to get access to capital. Talent, we have been subsidizing roles at startups. And so for your interns, there's a summer youth employment program. We're starting to take applications now for the young people in the room. I think it's 14 to 24 maybe. Sign up if you're interested, and so you'll be paid a great living wage, and your company sign up to receive interns that we'll subsidize for you. And so, yeah, you're going to sign up now? Yeah.
He's doing it right now. Look at that. Wow.
Well, cool. So, yeah, those are some of the things that we're doing to, like I say, increase awareness and access to the industry, and hopefully help you be able to afford to stay here.
That was an instant sales conversion. Did you see
wow, that was like, I'm taking some notes here. Are there other questions that people have? That was just three. That's shocking. You guys almost got a question. Go ahead, in the green shirt here. Yeah.
This is a question for the last speaker. I think it's a really nice idea that the city will invest in local startups and things like that. I wonder what steps you take so that the situation isn't such that Atlanta socializes the risks and privatizes the profits. So what keeps that kind of thing from happening?
Well, the expectation is as these companies are invested in, they'll create jobs, they will hire the young people in the crowd, right? And I think that's the first step to socializing the returns. And, we're not taking outside risks. We don't bet on individual companies. So to be clear, we put it in the hands of a manager who is making diversified bets across several companies. So I think that's one thing that we're also doing to reduce the risk, because if we did that, I'm sure there would be riots outside of City Hall, because then there would be so much bias around. I mean, even for myself personally, there's a ton of scrutiny around where I spend my time and who I support. So we try to be as fair as possible, which can be frustrating at times because that means we have to move slowly and have a very well-documented process. So those things, there are some protections in place to make sure that we do it equitably and as effectively as possible. And then in terms of everybody benefiting, those are some of the barriers that we're trying to remove as well. So I talked earlier about being a top 5 tech hub, and then the fine print on that goal that I didn't mention because now it's kind of like unlawful is that we want to build it equitably.
And so if you look at Seattle, Austin, these places that grew really hot, really fast, Seattle specifically, they lost 50% of their black population over this 10-year period where it became the Seattle you know and love. Or you might love it, I don't know. But that's something we don't want to happen here. And so some of the things that we're doing is these programs that I'm talking about, we do them in neighborhoods that have long been disinvested and ignored. So South Downtown, that's more than 20 years of disinvestment, and that's going to be the biggest tech hub in America, actually the world, right? We've got this esports lab that we put in place. It's in our Thomasville Heights Parks and Recreation Center. So if you know Thomasville, it is actually the poorest census tract in Georgia. It's not rural Georgia or Hazard County or some random place. It is in the city of Atlanta. So those are the ways that we are trying to solve this problem that you called out.
I want to make a comment really quickly there on opportunity real fast back there. There's also a couple other programs. One is the Partnership for Innovation that runs out of Georgia Tech that can help supplement and provide fellowships and technologists that can help early companies, but also the state's Office of Workforce Development offers apprenticeship programs where they will subsidize apprenticeships. If you commit to X time bringing someone in, they will subsidize the program there, so you can actually bring in additional funds into your hiring, because they know, especially in kind of the smaller or later stage companies, if you've got a company and a tax ID, you can apply for those programs too.
Because people like kind of, maybe it doesn't have to be a pithy idea, but they do like concrete ideas. And so I was just thinking, I'm going to ask every panelist, if you were going on the radio today or you had to give a quote to USA Today or something like this, and someone says, okay, so what is the future of work from either an employee perspective or an employer perspective, good, bad, I don't care, right? What do you think is the future of work? I'm going to start, and then I'm going to let you guys each take a shot at this. And it may just be reiterating something you've already said, if that makes sense, right? Just from what one of the people asked in terms of like computer scientists, or about one of my business students over here. I think the future of work is that students or people who are just entering the workforce have got to hit the workforce with the intent of being adaptive. That is, you cannot think, oh, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to code, or I'm going to go do this and I'm going to be an accountant. And you say like, okay, you train in accountancy and you're going to hit the workforce and you're going to do what? Contribute. However, they need you. I don't think my students are ready to take on the role. Like, what's the role they need? I don't know. You don't know. It could change between the time they hire you and the time you actually start. So you're going to have to be incredibly adaptive and be okay with the fact that, like in football, they draft you and you were the starting quarterback, but you're not going to be the quarterback. So now you're going to play safety, or you're going to be special teams, but you're on the team. That's okay. Like, no one's going to complain. Well, the person who wants to be the starting quarterback is going to complain about that. But you're like, you made it. Now contribute. I think that's the future of work as far as I'm concerned. That's what my students have to do in order to be part of the future of work. But that's just my perspective.
The future of work is what we decide it to be. I mean, I think we need to lean into the friction. We need to lean into the uncertainty, but we need to have a forward-focused vision and conversation and form the partnerships, ask the hard questions in order for it to be what we want to create it to be. And I mean, I don't know how else to move forward other than saying it's going to be what we decide collectively to create.
Okay. Thanks. I don't have a good answer for you, to be honest. I mean,
get that.
They talked about earlier the positivity that's coming from the panel, and so I'll share with you a personal fear of mine. So I've got a 12-year-old daughter, 8-year-old son, and so figuring out what they're going to be when they grow up is something that we think about a lot, right? And fortunately, my son, he wants to make flying cars, so that's on trend. And the thing that I could help him, get exposed to that today, all the better. But what I have come to learn and appreciate about humans
is one thing that's universally true is we don't like change. And so all the things that we are fearing are going to occur, the 80% of jobs are going to be taken away by 2030, no way. That's not going to happen because the person that will feel we will institute ourselves is going to slow the progress. So I don't think things are going to change as rapidly, but at a certain point, it will look like Star Wars, right? There will be bots walking alongside us that help us do our jobs more effectively. And so like being comfortable with that and figuring out how you can be a part of it, the sooner the better, I think.
I think the future of work is abstract thought and creativity. Okay. It is like a liberal arts college's dream or like an ethicist's dream.
There we go. Good with that.
And I think the transition will be incredibly hard.
Yeah.
But the future is that in my mind. Just as Wikipedia and Google democratized finding knowledge, Gen AI has democratized analyzing and generating output. And so for me, that is the future. And the pain comes in the transition and also keeping up. So one thing, like just a soapbox I haven't had time to stand on yet, is that this is the fastest moving technology we've ever seen. And as a student, as a professor, as a business person, if you are basing what you're writing on or what you're talking about something that was true a month ago, you are wrong. Yeah. It is no longer the case. And so I think the only way the transition is easier is if we try to inform ourselves. Like I'm on the early access of every single new model and I still have no idea what's happening. And so I think, creativity and abstraction, transition is painful, democratization of analysis and content generation.
Cool.
I think the future workforce is going to be divided into two sets of people, those that are afraid of AI and those who have figured out how to harness and leverage and use AI to improve, George Tech's the human condition, right? And those that fall in that second category, those that figure out how to harness and leverage and use it for the benefit, I'm going to put those into those that are lifelong learners, because I think if you want to define what the future workforce looks like, it's going to be those that have self-identified and said, I am going to invest in myself, not just today and tomorrow, but for the rest of my life. I'm going to be a lifelong learner, because I tell a lot of our students, our undergrads are afraid of what job markets will look like. I've got a 15-year-old daughter also navigating, she's a sophomore, and we're thinking about college, these things, and how to navigate that is, the things that exist today may change tomorrow, but AI is not the last great invention. It is one invention in the series of a long list of human inventions. There will be more beyond AI, and you have to prepare yourself for that. It may accelerate the pace of change, but it's not the last thing. So I'll leave you with a paraphrase of a quote. The future is going to belong to those that are lifelong learners, where the learned are going to find themselves beautifully equipped for a world that no longer exists. So be a lifelong learner, and you're ready.
On one question, what did George Jetson do at Space Needs Sprockets?
He pressed a button. He was a button presser.
That's it? Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already replaced that.
Yeah.
We automated him.
And on button pressing, thank you very much for this panel. I appreciate them very much. Thank you.
Everybody, please take your seats.
Yeah.
Hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're going to get started with our next panel. It's called Medicine at the Crossroads of AI. Our moderator will be Satish Viswanath, who's an associate professor in the departments of pediatrics and biomedical engineering here at Emory, as well as a research biomedical engineer at the Atlanta VA Medical Center. On the panel, we have Ulas Bakshi, hopefully, an associate professor at Northwestern University's radiology department at Chicago, also the director of the Machine and Hybrid Intelligence Lab there. We have Morris Panner, the president of Intelerad, a company devoted to delivering better care through improved technology. And finally, we have Piotr All right, Slomka is the Director of Innovation in Imaging and Professor of Medicine and Cardiology in the Division of Artificial Intelligence and Medicine at Cedars-Sinai. All right, please welcome him.
They lost the medicine. It's still like all year. So I just make that inverse out there from the risk here. It's shit. I guess so. You like the comes to no things that figures and duck them.
All right. So very good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this session, which is Medicine at the Crossroads of AI. Thanks for that introduction and for my panelists for making it out here to Atlanta to talk about these points. So we have quite an interesting mix of expertise on the panel. We have, obviously some commercialization expertise. We have a lot of AI expertise in terms of scientific development, and I'm hoping that we'll also get backed up by some of the clinicians in the audience who might have burning questions that they'd love to quiz these guys on as well. So I'm just going to kind of kick things off. So in terms of our first question, and I'm going to have each of you answer it in turn. Is there a particular moment, it could be positive, it could be negative, where you realized, what is the real, hype or positive or negative hype around AI in medicine? Like, is there a particular finding or a particular deployment or a particular experiment or a paper or news article that you read? I'd love to hear, what your personal either come to moment with AI was, or like, okay, this is not going where we expect it to go. We need to think about it differently.
I'm happy to start. My name is Morris Panner, and I'm probably the person on the panel who spends more time thinking about how to sell and deploy AI than anything else. And our system works primarily with radiologists, cardiologists, and those who need advanced imaging. So imaging, the pixel-based output from these very fancy machines, these modalities, is really perfect for AI. It's very structured, and it really is kind of a machine learning scholar's dream. So I think we right now are at the moment where we are at the Air Force when everybody said to the Air Force, you will never need pilots. It's all going to be drones. And then a couple of years later, the Air Force ran out of pilots because they desperately needed pilots. Our moment in radiology, and in some ways AI in medicine, was when the Nobel Prize winner, Jeffrey Hinton, said, in 5 years, we will not have radiologists anymore. Machines will do all of this work. And now, if any of you are radiologists in the audience and you came to me, I could have you in a job that would pay somewhere between $700,000 and $1 million a year by 2 p.m. this afternoon. I mean, it's unbelievable what the demand is for this skill set. Now, that doesn't mean AI isn't going to change that over time, but I think the promise of what you can do, and there's no doubt you can do a lot, is well ahead of today's clinical realities, the clinical context, and the realities of modern healthcare. And so when we heard that, it caused a lot of ripples, but now, as I say, I think we're now coming to terms with the reality.
Yeah, I think I had a few of those moments, and I think going back, one of them was, you mentioned Jeffrey Hinton, my very good Polish colleague, worked with me, a graduate student. He worked in Toronto. I was in Canada at the time, and we were always discussing things. And then this CNN came out, and then we started to apply them to medical images, and we couldn't believe, how well it worked. In terms of we were, for years, we're trying to segment images, and it never worked. There was always some special cases, and we get case from somewhere else, and it didn't work. But it seems like that problem of segmentation of images is finally solved, and that opens eyes for us to what we can do with this going further. So I think that was like the big moment when we saw, how, even though these complex networks can, learn quickly, the organs in the body, and now it's used everywhere. And I think that recent things is that, we run a lab and we code things, and it takes a lot of time. But with this cloud code we're using, and the things we can quickly do. For example, we put just last month, we want to generate different. We have a database of 50,000 cases at Cedars-Sinai of 15 different hospitals, and people want to see graphs, and we generated the dashboard where we just say, okay, we'll take top 100 cited papers from the literature and generate all the figures ever made in those papers, and AI will just make you these figures interactively. And this was done like in a few hours by a grad student. So those kind of things, how this rapid acceleration you feel, kind of you're doing things, you're on steroids, you can do all these things super fast, but you just have to, I think you have to still know what you're doing. Obviously, but this, you get this superpower suddenly, and I think those things are really, very exciting. So,
I would like to share personal experience, this failing moment. So I was working for NIH. One of the tasks is that we need to align all these images, radiology images for animals, small animal studies for also human. It takes like days, sometimes it is even weeks. But these infections, you need to analyze them daily. It's a big hurdle. So when deep learning, the make a peak in 2012, it came to medical imaging, I think 2014, 15. So it started making our job really easier. We were very happy. It is a moment for us, it's a revolution because of it's fast and it's very repeatable task. That is the positive side of this. We were thinking that, okay, things are going to change a lot. But another ongoing collaboration with Mayo Clinic, we were trying to detect the pancreatic cyst, which can turn into cancer in the future. Still, we have this project. It's really cool. So what happened is that when we put the clinical information into our data set, all the people who come to hospital with belly pain, stomach pain, the algorithm starts to consider all of them as pancreatic cancer. Then actually we understand that, okay, this is fragile. This is just the beginning. Lots of, the problems are happening. It is high for many people, including the newspaper, TV. They are focusing on, the positive side, the magic part of it. One more example like that also changed my idea more, drastically is that we were analyzing some of the errors in X-ray classification, which is like diagnosis of, the disease looking at the X-ray. At some point, it's a very large-scale data set. The results look good, but something, suspicious when we go dive into this, we notice that from one type of scanners, algorithm is always making the same decision. So it is really recognizing some patterns which may not be easily, recognizable. So these are the things actually we start thinking more deeper that is something good is happening, but it's very fragile. So we need to be, very careful about what's going on. I'll refer to what Olas just said. So my lab also does a lot of work in AI research, trying to identify better ways of characterizing and quantifying information on diseases. And we just recently started working out how do you present that information to a clinician. And I was talking about this with someone over lunch. What struck me when we first got the results was, we had 3 clinicians, kind of had the same setup. They all used the AI, came up with an interpretation. We also had a previous interpretation where they didn't use AI, and it was this mixed bag. There were some clinicians who did amazingly well. Their performance improved by 5-10%, which is a game changer if you think about it. But there were a couple of clinicians whose performance actually did not get better. And one of the things we realized is that when it comes to AI, it's not just a question of do we have a cool model? Is it able to reliably work? But also, how are we presenting that information to the clinician so they're able to use it as effectively as possible? So, building on that, so I'd love to hear from whoever wants to pick up the baton on this, which is suppose we try to enforce a more stricter bar for AI in prospective validation, right? So we don't just rely on the paper that we published showing that the AUC or the area under the curve or the accuracy has gone up to 80% or 90%. Like we want to see what happens when we deploy it prospectively. So are there particular categories or particular types of AI that you guys know of today which would meet like a stricter bar, or do we have the feeling like we've not yet figured out what that bar should be, and we need that's like mission critical before we can talk about this anymore?
So I think to sort of harken back to the past panels about innovation and entrepreneurship, one of the things that has been very tricky in the AI ecosystem is the initial results are spectacular. And the funding follows that because people hope that that is a sign of rapid adoption and rapid progress. It's taking much, maybe this is always true in entrepreneurship, but it's taking much longer and it's more expensive than people had expected. And one of the reasons, I think, is that people haven't quite decided the governance and the monitoring of AI. And so the reason why it's worked pretty well in certain use cases in radiology is it's tried to accelerate something, kind of a measurement case or something where there's somebody who then looks at it and says, this is right or this is wrong. What we haven't been able to get to, which we are, the true promise is this agentic kind of AI, where in healthcare something happens to you, to me, because of what the algorithm says it has seen or thought. And that is what truly would transform healthcare, where all of a sudden certain things just happen. We're not there yet, and we don't even, I think most health systems would say, we don't feel comfortable even taking something that we're 100% confident with on day one and being able to tell you that we're still 100% confident on day two. Because AI has the unusual aspect of being somewhat human in the sense that it sometimes makes some strange mistakes. They call it hallucinating. It literally makes up stuff, which is weird. And then sometimes we'll drift. They call it drift. And what used to be 2 + 2 = 4, all of a sudden the hallucination is 2 + 2 = 1,000,000. That's wrong. But the drift will slowly be, it worked and it got this, but now all of a sudden it's slightly off in ways that almost like a machine that needs to be recalibrated. But most health systems kind of know how to fix the machine so that it doesn't give you too much oxygen or doesn't change your nutrition in an inappropriate way. But they're not that comfortable knowing how to fix the drift on AI. And one of the reasons for that is even the people who program AI don't 100% know exactly what that black box is doing. These neural networks are sort of impenetrable. They are kind of, I think it's not unfair to say, a black box. And so the standards, one of the reasons why people struggle with the standards is they know what the standard is. It should be right. It should be, but it's just different than a computer algorithm. If I put in a calculator 2 + 2 = 4, I never worry about that. With AI, you got to worry about
that. I'd love to hear if you guys found that it's easier or harder from the development perspective to try to incorporate those things.
So just to expand this a little bit, there's these different levels of AI, which I think some of them will require prospective evaluation, but some of them, like, in FDA clearance in medicine, there's this, they call them something like CADEX devices, which actually diagnose disease. And those devices, there's less of them with AI like that there are, but they will require prospective testing, and they will, as things are changing in the field and, the patient population is changing, it has to be reevaluated. But there's a lot of kind of AI, which is extremely useful, like you mentioned, the measurements, which you can say, well, that's just not really AI. But the thing is that it is using, the convolutional neural networks or transformers and those concepts. And it's basically, let's say we work with this CT angiography of the heart. The scan is about 600 slices through the heart with the resolution of 0.2 millimeters and maybe has 10 phases. So for cardiologists to go over this and segment plaques, for example, what we do, coronary plaques, it would take maybe 10 hours of work. So it's something not even possible to do by human. It's possible. You can have fellows lock them up and they can do it, but it's not feasible. So AI makes something which was not possible at all. Like, it makes it possible now, and this is actually an example of something which is already in use in the field, where AI just outlines measures. And it's not a black box, because you can look at it and see, okay, where it did it, and it made a mistake. Someone can correct it. But this is an example of like a useful AI, and I don't think that in this example you need a prospective trial necessarily, because it's just like the old segmentation algorithms. They didn't have segmentation trial. You have to evaluate it. You have to evaluate accuracy. But you see what it's doing. It's just accelerating work and giving physicians more time to do other more important things. But when you get into this, higher level things, like, for example, for us, like a holy grail in cardiology is after the medical imaging test, what should be the treatment for the patient? You may heard about, like, you have stents or like bypass, something pretty serious, it's like invasive, or you can get a new medication. There's all kinds of medication. What is better for you? Is it the stent or is it the medication? And there are very expensive clinical trials where trying to use image and say, okay, there's one feature on the image, just one thing on the image which decides if you do one or the other. But AI knows a lot more. Physician cannot mentally integrate all these possible things which can cause outcomes. So this would be perfect scenario for AI. It's extremely useful, but it will require a very careful prospective trial to show that these people who are AI chooses treatment for them, these people do better. So I think there's different levels of AI, and they're both extremely useful. I'm not discarding this boring, simple AI, which we are already using. We may not even know. But they're like this, This is a little bit like the previous speaker was saying, this better toaster. That's what she wanted to do. It was a great quote. And I think those things with this segmentation is just better toasters we're working on in the AI lab.
One of the things I remember reading about a few years ago was actually, we think about robots and we think about autonomous robots, and especially here in Atlanta, you see the food delivery robot going down the street, or this morning I came here in a self-driving car. So that's all really cool. Except ever since I moved to the US 20 years ago, there's been a robot in my house. I've just not thought of it as a robot. It's the dishwasher, because you put the dishes in, you press a button, it does its job, and then you take the dishes out. But that, I think, goes to your point, that there are things we are doing today already which we don't necessarily recognize as AI, and I think that's probably where we need to be moving. So in order to get AI to be the washing machine of healthcare, there were a couple of things that Piotr mentioned about, and Morris as well, about the drift idea, about the interpretability or the transparency of the black box. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on which of those, what your experience has been trying to open up that aspect of AI, because it seems as though that is a critical piece to actually moving it forward into clinical workflows.
Yeah. Let me again start with some experience. So this is, I think it's a well-known topic in medical AI. So you train one algorithm in one center, in one typical scanner, and when you try these algorithms in different hospital, in different patient population, different scanners, you still see a lot of degradation. So there are lots of heterogeneities existing in the data. Curation is, of course, very important. For this purpose, actually, beyond retrospective evaluation, there should be prospective evaluation plus multi-center, multi-vendors, and if possible, different patient populations should come together for the evaluation. So all these things are going to actually allow you to understand the drift. And if there are, the drifts, then you can understand this. But there is also, there should be also a pit stop, like how we can correct this drift. I think majority of the systems do not have a drift correction system yet. So this requires that not only like the retrospective and prospective evaluation, but there is also like post-deployment evaluation continuously. So let's say you update the scanners in some hospitals, or patient populations start changing, or you are using a model from COVID area or pre-COVID area. So those kind of the things, the environment-related things and the patient population-related the changes should be continuously monitored. And I think that is how we can approach the problem to solve.
So, you just mentioned, you kind of nicely led me to my next question, which is going to be, you mentioned, we need to collect data from multiple centers, multiple populations, and so on, right? And I think, of the different fields in medicine, imaging, radiology especially, has seen maybe a little bit more adoption of AI in a few different tasks, right? So is that directly testament to how that it is easier? Is there a lesson we should be learning from that space to make it happen for, let's say, pathology or genomics or any other modality?
So I think radiology has had the benefit of a very structured and malleable data set and a culture of people who are tech forward. And culture matters in all of these efforts. I think pathology is moving very fast. It's moving in a way that is less relevant to patient care today and more relevant to big clinical investigations, largely by people who are doing pharmaceutical research, because they're trying to get a lot of feedback from a lot of pathology studies. But I think you're going to see it across healthcare. And sort of to pick up on your point, one of the things that I've started to see is AI in both the ambient note-taking space. So we've all had the experience of going to our physician and they never look at you because they're staring at a computer screen typing notes. And so once AI can start monitoring and making sense of a conversation, it can vastly improve the nature of the encounter. And then you're also starting to see very tentatively people using very sophisticated voice AI. We hear about it in a negative way where somebody calls you up and imitates somebody and tries to get you to do something nefarious. But I saw a demonstration by a cool company that does voice AI, and they were trying to convince somebody to come in for their colonoscopy. And if you are a caregiver and you have to ask somebody to come in to do something they don't want to do, you just give up, right? I mean, it's psychologically impossible. AI doesn't give up. And AI is actually very, very smart. So we heard the tape, it was a consensual conversation. We heard the tape of the conversation. And AI had reviewed the person's file and was like, well, that your grandfather, died of X, and, you might be more inclined, and you have 3 kids and you want to live for them. And then the guy responds and it goes on and on and on. And then finally says, okay, next Tuesday. And no human would ever do this, but AI was able to do this in a very cost-effective way. And for the health system, it's enormous, or for whoever is responsible for caring for the person, because without those screening exams, and you don't catch the disease in time, and everything gets much, much worse. And so you never want to miss something early because you can make everything go much, much better. So AI is going to be there in both. Everything you see that is kind of scary also may end up being kind of good if we can just channel it in the right way.
Do you get the anyone can again answer. Do you get the impression that the adoption is driven by the fact that in especially, for example, the scribe case, it's clearly an augmentation of the clinician, right? Like nobody's gonna have ChatGPT or the medical ChatGPT run their chart and say, okay, what should what's my recommendation? Because as we all know, any symptom, if you search Dr. Google, it probably means, you're probably going to pass away, I think. But, that's obviously where it's basically just trying to just show whatever it can do in order, but it's not specific to those patients, and it clearly doesn't have that context. So do you see like that being the primary pathway? I know you spoke about this briefly where you said, we have the triage approach, or we have the segmentation, which is less risky, and then we have the precision, like which treatment should we give, is more risky. So do you anticipate that AI is going to end up picking one of these paths, or is there potential to impact in both areas? Like based on where we are today, right? It seems as though everyone just wants to use the scribe and that's about it.
Yeah, so I think all of the areas will be impacted, but I worry a little bit about the scribe, with what I work personally and what we've heard today. If we're using the general language models and is not supposed to do any diagnosis or anything, right? But you heard about hallucinations. So we actually have a project right now, and there's many of these projects going on where you try to make reports that people publish in Echo and radiology and pathology, where the reports are being generated from images. But it's a little bit similar, where you can summarize notes from the doctor for the patient, and that's where and it actually doesn't require FDA approval, as far as I know, which is, to me, is a little crazy, because it transcribes notes to the patients, and there is no diagnosis. But if there's hallucination, if something is put to the patient which doctor didn't actually have in the notes and is given to the patient, so someone has to check this. So then the doctors were complaining, like they have to now check everything, because they worry that 1 out of thousands of these reports they'll put something in there which was not there in the report. So that part worries me a little bit, I would say. The segmentation is a little bit clearer. I think this treatment decision, when we have the cost, the costs are horrendous of the healthcare. In the United States, we spend 20% of the gross national product on healthcare, and do we know if this is spent really well? Like maybe the treatments, they're giving very expensive treatments to patients. Maybe they don't work very well, or maybe the same treatment could work much better for like particular different phenotype patients. I think, to me, that's like the biggest possible like future benefit of AI. But anyway, that's what I see. Yeah.
Let me try to also formalize from my point. So in my laboratory, it's the name of my laboratory is Hybrid Intelligence, it's not the AI. So we believe that for high-risk applications, humans should be centered in all these decisions, except the examples like Dr. Slomka mentioned. So we divide the task into two. These repeatable tasks, like every day doctors, in routine daily task, they do lots of segmentation and this reporting, structured report writing, and these are very important. It takes a lot of time for them. Even AI comes. My experience with radiologists is that they are never free. Even weekends are now even more busier. They do also teleradiology, and the more volumes of the patients are coming for analysis, more the images are coming. So they have to do all these the measurements for this kind of still it is risky, however less risky than some of these tasks that Dr. Slomka mentioned, like the treatment decision and calculation of some of those doses and prescribe them. Those are like the more risky, and then it requires, it has a lot of uncertainties that requires human expert involvement. So those things, actually, when we look at the FDA, more than 75% of these devices, AI-enabled devices, are from radiology, and majority of them are narrowly defined, very clearly defined tasks like segmentation, like the registration and the measurement, automated measurement. Those are, I think, still we have success stories already with AI already going in that path. The other path is like more risky, more uncertainty and more expertise involved, which is gonna take more time because there are so many uncertainties there. And I think we should approach that probably with the more the care.
I'd love to hear from you, Morris. So this is what it takes to build the algorithm, test it, validate it, right? But your background, your experience, you kind of have an idea or a vision of what it actually takes to get it into a system, deploy it, make it available to clinicians, right? So what is the kind of the gap there that, or is there success stories or things that you could talk about from that perspective?
Yeah, so it's a fascinating thing because it is somewhat driven by our collective tolerance for risk. And it's also sort of a tolerance about whether it's the machine that makes the mistake or the person makes the mistake. Because the idea that we don't have mistakes by human clinicians right now is not correct. So there's an error rate that happens, and you just pray it doesn't happen to you. Like you don't want it to be you. But it happens a lot. And machines also make mistakes. They make mistakes in different ways. But what's interesting is sometimes our business is global, so we have deployments all over the world. And one of the things that we do is we work with a not-for-profit that provides services in very remote areas that don't have access to care. And they're kind of like, bring it on. We want to use any AI you got. We'll throw it into the field. It's good enough, because right now the alternative is zero. And this is a lot better. So if we're going to be able to do scan and get some feedback, we will do it. And so it's not just that part of the world, because now in the United Kingdom, which has an enormous problem of meeting the demand for radiologists and again, a lot of this is radiology focused, so that's what I know the best. So some of my examples are tailored to that. But in the United Kingdom, if you get hurt at night and you fall and you think you might have broken your arm, you may sit in what they call the A&E, their accident and emergency department, what we call our emergency room, and you'll sit there all night waiting for somebody to take a look at your fracture. And the emergency rooms are packed, and it's very unpleasant. So this is in a very fancy part of England, and the hospital said, you know what, we're going to use AI and run it on your system at night, and that's going to make the decision of whether this person has a fracture or not. And then in the morning, we'll have some radiologists look through it, but if the AI says it's fine, you get to go home, and if it doesn't, then we take another step. And so we've started to see demand and capacity mismatch drive the adoption of these tools. And I have a feeling, just the way you, like last night we're going to dinner and a Waymo picks me up, and I'm thinking to myself, not too long ago, wasn't there some crazy debate about how it's unsafe to have self-driving cars, and I don't even get it. When did that happen? And now it just happens. And I think we're going to see that in healthcare too. All of a sudden, we're going to see people making these trade-offs. And right now, for example, one of the areas that we see AI operating at scale is if you are a woman and you're in one of the imaging centers that uses some of our stuff, they may offer you the option of an automatic AI second opinion on the scan. And it's not approved by the FDA, or it's not reimbursed yet because it's not an approved medically necessary process. But for $75, you can get this extra set of eyes on a scan. People do it, and, without even, my wife, she's like, yes. I mean, it's not even a real question because it's such a stressful process, and this can eliminate a lot of that stress. So I think it's going to creep into our system in a way where it'll be slow. We'll be debating self-driving cars, and then all of a sudden, we're just going to be driving around in Waymos, and we're going to be getting, AI scans. And there will be limits, and there will be debates, and it's not going to be linear. But we just have such a demand for service right now that at the end of the day, I think people will take advantage of it and make their own calculations about what's an appropriate risk for them. Be bumpy, but I think it's going to happen.
Go ahead. Actually, since you mentioned Waymos, it's like one of my favorite topics because living in LA, I bike in LA. I go on a bicycle to work, and I discovered that the safest car for me is Waymo. Like when I hear Waymo behind me, I have like a radar in my watch, and I know this car obviously has 18 cameras. He sees me, doesn't have road rage, doesn't hate bicyclists, doesn't text, doesn't drink, is a perfect driver. And this is honestly, as a kind of bicyclist in LA, I see like why people are even allowed to drive in Los Angeles. So I think this is an example. And, you take one, it's first it's scary. I had my friends at the conference and I said, well, I go, and then this just takes one ride. You go on one ride, you see this wheel going on its own. I'm fine with this. I think we are going that way, that we will very quickly accept it. And even, in LA, the big problem is people take kids to school. There's a lot of problem with both parents working. We had that also, but there was no Waymo at the time. And you had to hire this Uber, but it's really strange. You cannot really have some strangers driving your kids, so you have to hire a nanny or figure out a way. It's very difficult. And now there's an article in LA Times. It was about this. People actually the Waymo is like a godsend for them because they send kids, your precious kids, you send to this AI cars, so how quickly people change, the mentality changes. So I think this will happen in medicine. I think this is a very good example.
I had a sort of weird experience, actually, now that I think about it, where I used AIs I used the basic, whatever, Claude or whatever. But I had a CTA, and it said, you have some plaque. And so at that point onward, I'm like waiting to die at any minute. And so, they put you on statins, they do this, that, and the other. And so my doctor's like, well, if you had, plaque there, we really should do an ultrasound of your neck to make sure you don't have plaque there. He's a very busy guy. I never hear from him, ever. And I'm like, I guess it's fine. Finally get a hold of the report. And I put it through ChatGPT, and it's incomprehensible to me. Comes back and says, basically, you're fine. And I'm like, this is weird. Like, why am I am very comfortable using AI. People are like, your public information, your privacy. I'm like, I don't care. I'm very happy that I just am now relieved that I do not have this set of problems. And my doctor didn't have time to call me, which I get because he's probably dealing with sicker people, and so whatever. But it's crazy how these adoption curves defeat your kind of rational explanation, because if you'd asked me to debate it, I'd say I don't want my personal health information on the internet, and I do not want a machine telling me I want my doctor to give me a full contextual view, and none of that happened. And I am totally relaxed about it.
Did you want to add anything, or I was going to open it up to questions? Just one small addition. Although, I also agree. Eventually, it is going to converge. But I think I'm a little bit more skeptical. So if I go to doctors, I'm developing AI algorithms for 20 years now. I have algorithms for pancreatic cancer, prostate, liver, sorts of different organs. I don't think I'm a bad scientist. Some of our works are really, good with the jargon. We are near clinician accuracy level. However, if I go myself, so if you ask me, you wanna have evaluation by AI, doctors, AI plus doctor, I'll still choose AI plus doctors. Because there are many cases like we observe, and as an algorithm developer, I see that these are very fragile algorithms. We did very simple, very nice the screening experiment. I just want to share very quickly. We are putting some eye tracking devices to look at the the radiologist's eye, where they look at it, how they to search it. In our screening system, once radiologists finish, we show them where they don't look at it, and AI can help them. But at the same time, AI is also finding so many false positives. So it's a true collaboration we are trying to provide them. So AI make mistakes, but human may also make mistakes. So with this true collaboration, the final results can be more trustable. So at this stage, I will trust a combined work together.
Right. I want to open it up for questions from the audience.
Hi, Wendy Green, Department of Surgery and Critical Care, and a budding healthcare AI interest in my career. One of the things that I would like for you to address when you were talking about the drift and being able to build in on the front of the technology that's being imparted into the communities. One, having a similar label to food and nutrition facts that allows some transparency as to what's going on, and include in there an ethical AI scoring system to see what they have done on the forefront of releasing that said technology. And then on the back end, how do we address how these companies will include a drift mitigating strategy before they release it and then report on it themselves?
Go on. I can start just from, and I'm not sure I'll be able to address all of what you talked about, and so if I don't get it quite right, we should do it interactively. what I think is pretty interesting is I'm going to take the back half of your question first, because the drift is, I was actually meeting with an informaticist yesterday, and she was saying to me, one of my problems is it's not clear to me whose responsibility this is. Is it my responsibility to somehow hire somebody to maintain this algorithm, or is the company signing up for a long-term maintenance contract? And they are literally negotiating with the funds to determine who's responsible for maintaining the system. So if you buy a complex scanner, you hire GE or Siemens or Philips, they show up and they will test it and calibrate it and everything else. In AI, that isn't what you think about, and one of the reasons is I think most of the people who do AI came out of software. And if I build a software system, it doesn't typically degrade. Sometimes, if you adjust it, you'll induce a bug, and that kind of thing happens. But if it did something and didn't touch it, it keeps doing it forever. And AI, for some reason, has this mysterious quality. So I think you're smart and your bigger picture question about AI governance is really important. You need to have a governance committee that's armed with these kinds of questions to say who's making that, who's doing it. And then from there, defining what it is. And I think that gets complicated too. But right now we're at the stage that literally no one knows whose responsibility it is. And then on the ethical AI, that is, I'm not sure I understand your question 100%. Are you talking about how the AI is the patient populations and whether it's applicable to the populations or whether it's being shared widely?
So there should be generalizability in any process. So that means there needs to be diverse groups that it's trained upon, and that needs to be included in that nutritional reporting algorithm, that like a nutritional label that says this is what should be included on, this is what's included in this AI product that's being distributed, so people could be able to compare apples to oranges, apples to apples, and what's different or the same.
Yeah, so that's a really great point too, and also part of, and I don't know if you're on your governance committee, but these are the kinds of things that are largely, the technologists haven't thought a lot about. What they worry about, of course, is they don't want the system not to work. So in other words, if you've built a system exclusively on Norwegian men over 7 feet tall or whatever, big Norwegian people, then all of a sudden it doesn't work at all in other populations. So you absolutely need different populations. And in fact, Satish and I were talking, he's very into pediatrics. And I said to him, that's impossible because the populations change so fast and, kids are not little adults and, people are different. And so when you do the governance, and I think you guys have a role as consumers of this, of saying, we want to see this. And like the American College of Radiology has tried to do the truth in labeling, the way you get this has all these bad things and you eat donut anyway, but at least it's in there. But I think you can demand as a customer that this works. And by the way, the companies are pretty receptive to it because sometimes it's just an unconscious bias where they're not really thinking about it. But they get very worried if they run the AI on, let's say it was done in, sub-Saharan Africa, and then you run it in Norway and it doesn't work. They don't want that. They want it to, and they also understand that sometimes you can't build the same AI in, populations are different. And so I think it's a really good set of points. And I don't know who does your AI governance, but that's the kind of stuff that these committees are requiring, they're including in contracts, and they're negotiating in the world. I don't know if that's helpful, but what's going on?
And if I could just add one more quick thing is that this is not specific to AI because they're just full cohort equation we have in cardiology, for example, like ACCBD calculator, risk calculator, which doesn't work very well for minorities. And people know about it for like many years. But so anytime you have like something trained, like a calculator, risk assessment, you have to make sure it works for everybody for different, it's not just AI. So I think you have to take care of it and it always has to be externally tested to show, that it applies across different It's the disease groups, all kinds of situations. Maybe diabetes, does it work for diabetics? Does it work for, people with previous disease? All kinds of situations you have to test. But, there's a limit to what you can test, because if you say you have to test for everything, nothing will ever get released, and you use the old 30-year-old pool cohort equation, which already has huge biases. So there's some small improvement. Nothing is perfect. But.
Can we take one last question from the audience? Right here.
Sort of related to that AI governance and broader ethics, I'm imagining a world in the future where, for example, AI is also running the hospital's administrative and billing systems, and you get in a situation where it decides you've got 7 open slots in the OR next week, so let's dial up the mammogram cutoff point to decide we're going to bring in more people for operations next week because we have the space and we need to make the money. That kind of ethical choice. In the case of Uber, and it's a classic discussion about when a big sinkhole opens in front of the car, do you drive into the hole and kill your driver, or do you turn into the guy walking his dog on the left or the person in the wheelchair on the right? There's an ethical choice there that has to be made. In the case of that future, Uber might know that the one on the left has better insurance, and maybe the one on the right is insured by the competitor, there's all kinds of things that go on sort of behind the scenes that relate to the broader picture of what decisions are being made. And the question really comes down to, like in the case of the car, it will have to make a choice. Who is deciding what choice it's going to make? Is it just buried in those weights in some way that no one knows? Or is there some oversight or guidance or training data or something that helps mitigate those kinds of choices?
I do appreciate that we finally hit the dystopian view of AI now. So,
what's interesting right now is there is a sort of subtle war going on in prior authorization, which is not exactly quite as dramatic as what you're describing. But it's that fight you have with your insurance company when the insurance company standard procedure, I need this surgery, and the answer is no. But I haven't told you what it is yet. Doesn't matter, it's no. And then you go from there. And so now they've started to induce AI into these processes. And the insurance companies aren't stupid, they use AI. So now you have a bunch of bots talking to each other, trying to outsmart each other on prior authorization. And CMS is running a very big trial right now to try to make, because they understand that prior authorization is extremely stressful and very unpleasant. And so what they're trying to do is, could AI make it better? But right now, it's very unclear to me whether you end up in a lot of the situations that you're describing where it's just a lot of crazy, you can't ultimately punt the decision to automation. You've got to have some ethical framework, and I don't know exactly how that gets inculcated, but we are, oddly enough, running that experiment right now on people watching machines try to make decisions about whether they are eligible for certain procedures.
You make a very good point, though, that one of the still things that avoid
very tough, right? And so you have very tough. And it feels, some of it comes back to, is it weirder when a machine is making that choice?
It is more that's than you.
I don't know, but it is the level of automation that is creeping into our system is quite high already.
So I'm gonna extend moderator privilege to ask the last question here, which actually builds off what you just said. So let's say we reconvene this panel in 5 years, and you're all back here at Emory on this panel, and I'm here. What would need to have happened? What needs to be true for us to say that AI has actually delivered on its promise? Is there any change in, so we've touched on this in different angles. Now I'm trying to hone in. Is there a change in clinical practice that you would say, okay, you know what? We sat here 5 years ago and we said, oh, we don't know, there are all of these concerns around transparency and ethics and bias and all of these, but hey, we managed to fix it for maybe just one thing. I'm going to start with the last.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I think we already have starting some success stories. In 5 years, we will still see those narrowly defined, very clearly defined AI tasks in medicine, particularly in radiology. We will continue seeing that. And for the second part, more risky part, is augmenting the decision, I see there are studies ongoing there with all these aspects, including fairness, ethics, drift detection, and all other things. That will, I'm not sure about the 5 years, but an indirect measurement I can see if people start seeing this not like a really magic, something pattern recognition, you trust and you rely on this, I think we can talk about AI is delivered already. But 5 years, I'm not sure.
I'm putting you guys on the spot. Go ahead, Pip.
I think in 5 years, I would like doctors not to adjust the segmentations anymore. I think this is a very realistic goal. They'll just that basically the pixels, the things they spend, and we know 2 different doctors do it differently. We don't want them to do this anymore. They can always check it, but I think if in 5 years we are at the point that it's not their job anymore, they would be saying that, long time ago doctors used to do this. I think that would
back in my day I used to have to sit there and draw.
I mean, because I can't believe that they're looking at this grayscale pictures trying to. So I think if that part is taken out, I think seems like we accomplished something.
Sure.
So
modest.
Oddly, I think AI adoption is tied to a little bit of a revamp of our system from a sick care system to a well care system, because right now AI is best at doing large-scale screening. So AI is amazing at giving you a pretty high confidence rating about whether you should follow up on something. And our system just isn't geared to prevention in the same way. The financial incentives don't work that way. It's not built that way. It's kind of a pay for a procedure kind of system. And if we can change that kind of billing and financial framework, there will be much more incentive to catch things early, and then I think people will logically use AI and triage, kind of what you were describing, much more aggressively.
Okay. And with that thought, I'll call the panel to a close. So thank you all for your attention. I think we're getting ready to get into the next slide.
Our next panel is on AI, energy, and the hidden cost of data centers. Our moderator will be Zhao Huang, who's an assistant professor in the Department of Environmental Sciences at Emory. We have joining us Kristen Phillips, who's an associate professor in the Department of Anthropology here at Emory. Amy had to cancel, I think. Isn't that right? Okay. And then we have John Avery, who's the director of the Advanced Technology Development Center at Georgia Tech. Please welcome them.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to our 4th session of today. And I actually prepared a couple of slides. So my name is Zhao Huang, environmental science scientist at Emory, assistant professor. And with me, we have 2 amazing panelists, Dr. Kristen Phillips and John Avery from Georgia Tech. All right. So, before I got here, I was playing around with my agents. I don't want to feel that lonely at home, so I talk to them a lot. And, if you code a lot, you will notice exactly what I'm doing here. So if you look at the upper left figure, I'm opening a Visual Studio coding environment, and I created a lot of cloud agents to work for me. Right? So one of the agents is searching online for literature, and the other agent is trying to find hypotheses and developing research experiments for me. And the third agent is actually executing those experiments and creating those reports. And the final agent is actually supervising this entire process and then validating step by step. So I'm using those 4 agents to do research for me. And I'm just sitting on the couch and drinking coffee, play video games sometimes. So that's basically my life. And I think that's the life for a lot of scientists nowadays, especially for computer scientists. And the figure on the bottom right is the product our team is developing. It's called Research Architect. So basically, if you have some research data, all you have to do is to throw your data to the interface, and this AI system is going to design, test some hypotheses for you, and give back a very comprehensive report. So at the core of this Research Architect is a massive number of agents working together. So we're sending requests to cloud, to ChatGPT, Gemini, leveraging their reasoning capabilities. Okay, so you can imagine every day I'm burning millions of tokens, a lot of energy just to sustain the development of those agents, just to make sure that those agents are working together and to deliver the outcome. All right, so I heard about the news a couple of days ago. Meta is laying off 20% of the staff. And in a while, Meta is also trying to invest $600 billion for those data centers. So basically, this is not just happening at Meta, it's happening across the industry. Right? Google and Amazon, those leading giants in the industry, are replacing human coders with agents, with AI agents, right? And a couple of days ago, I went to University of Wisconsin-Madison and give a talk there. I met a friend who now works at Meta, and he was my high school classmate. And he told me that we're all just code reviewers now. Cloud writes everything, and when it breaks, we just stare at it. So at Meta, they don't write codes anymore. They are just code reviewers, just reviewing what those AIs are writing for them. So this is the world we're living in. We're relying on AI to doing a lot of the tasks, right? And data centers and computational infrastructures are actually fueling this entire transition. So this is why when you talk about AI, energy, and data centers. And just to give you an overview of the data center landscape in the United States, here is just a figure I grabbed from datacentermap.com. So you can see in this map, we have more than 4,000 data centers in the United States. So you can see exactly where those data centers are distributed. And in Georgia, we contribute to 200 data centers. And then, of course, if you look closely, you will notice that Georgia, West Virginia, Tennessee, and Virginia, we have a hotspot over here, right? And building those data centers has consequences. Just to prepare for this panel, I actually did a very simple investigation. So I'm an environmental scientist. I care about environments and microenvironments. So what I'm trying to do here is to investigate how those data centers are shifting the microclimates nearby. So it turns out that those data centers are increasing the temperature 2 to 3 Celsius degrees to the nearby region. So think about that. We have a lot of heat-sensitive populations nearby those data centers, right? And then if you think from the energy perspective or cost perspectives, residents have to pay extra dollars to cool their room down, even though they're not AI users. So the cost is on nearby residents, even though they're not heavy users like me. I feel like I should pay more because I use too much. I need to share the burden, not them, right? So again, there's a lot of consequences with those data centers, and hopefully our two amazing panelists can give us some answers and inspirations for that. All right, let's dive into it. So the first question would be how to quantify the hidden cost. So we often hear about AI has a large environmental footprint, but the numbers are rarely transparent. So from your expertise, how can we quantify the true carbon and water cost of AI systems? And what are the biggest blind spots in the current reporting?
Small step for the
Hi, I'm Kristen Phillips from the Department of Anthropology here at Emory. And I want to say I'm a cultural anthropologist, and I've spent the last 3 years studying the impact of high energy costs, especially on low-income households in Georgia. So that's, and I have a project that I'm just starting now on the impact of data centers on energy and the impact in particular of the energy build-out that we're now planning. We really need to know more about the costs. And so much of what is being consumed has not been transparent. And so, we often hear, if I talk about water first, if we're talking about environmental costs, we often hear how much water is going to be used, which is obviously a very, very important number. But we also need to know how much of that water is going to be used and gone forever, and how much of it can be reclaimed through specific cooling technologies. That's what water is used for mainly by data centers, is as a cooling tool. And so some systems, and the systems that we need to be demanding are in place, are recapture a good amount of the water that is used in the cooling process, while other technologies simply release it into the atmosphere. So that's very important. We need to track the effects on our watersheds and the life that depends on them. So I'm following one story right now outside of Atlanta, where the big question is, how will 723 acres of wild forest preservation, will it be rezoned by the city commission or not? And so, it's good that the community knows that that this is happening and can speak out about it. We need to track the additional stress that data center water needs place not only on our natural resources, but also on our water infrastructure, especially in rural areas, where if upgrades need to be made, those costs can very well fall on the people paying the water bills, and that can have a tremendous impact on people's lives. Who will bear the costs of toxicity in water, or also remediation. And we need to include water costs during construction, not just during operation. When it comes to carbon, one of the biggest concerns is that most data centers use diesel generators as backup. We already know that low-income Black Americans already suffer disproportionately from air pollution and have very high asthma rates. Diesel generators have a huge impact on air quality and asthma rates. And then the other thing is, communities make decisions, and hopefully they will have an opportunity to make decisions and impact how data centers come into their communities. We need to think about the opportunity costs as well. How else could this land and water and energy be used in ways that might provide jobs for the community, or have other kinds of impacts? So those are the things I wanted to start out with.
Yeah, I'm John Avery. I'm the director for the Advanced Technology Development Center at Georgia Tech. We're the state of Georgia's startup incubator, helping grow the Georgia economy through entrepreneurship. So my angle or concern or sort of perspective on this is related to the entrepreneurship side. A couple of points. I live in Coweta County in Newnan, so I'm very much about a mile away from Project Sail, which is a personal topic for me. Between the two, carbon and water, personally, my concern is way more for water than it is for the power. I'm an electrical engineer from Georgia Tech. I feel like we know how to make electrons 100 different ways. We've been doing it for a long time. In my house, I live at the very far end of the power line, and my power goes out all the time. I've got a portable generator. I have solar panels that can make up for the loss. Maybe it's a personal thing, but it's just, I think power we can figure out. That's an engineering thing. Water is just a thing. And when they take the water out of the ground and I can't get water in my house anymore, I don't have a fix for that. There's not like a portable water generator that I can go and get somewhere. You have to just have water to have water. And so technically speaking, the water you mentioned about it goes away or it's recycled. It's still in the system, right? You're just using it for evaporative cooling. It gets into the ecosystem. It's turned from liquid form into vapor form. It's still in the system, but it's not localized where it was before, which does have a localized impact. So, like I said, when I lose power, I'm not worried. When I lose water, I had a leak in my house. I had to turn the water off for a couple days. You can't live in a house without water. It just quickly becomes an untenable situation. So that woke me up because I'd never been without water before for that length of time. And so suddenly that made me take a lot closer look. It is used for cooling, so it is something that I feel like it's an engineering problem that if enough people work on it, there might be some answers into making it more recyclable. Cooling systems are things that are getting new innovations around. The cooling methods we've been using today are the same that we've been using for 60, 70, 80 years. The cycle that we've been using all this time hasn't really changed. That means it's right for innovation, and I think some new technologies are coming. I'm an engineer. I believe that when smart people are economically motivated to work on a specific problem, that problem gets solved. Just in general, that's how humanity has gotten to where it's gotten to so far. On the transparency, this is another significant point to me. I'm a capitalist. I may be a dangerous place to say that here, I don't know. But I believe that a capitalist system is what's going to save us here, because the making of profit is what drives people to do things that result in change. And the key is to do it in ways that it's equitable in how it's distributed, right? And that's a solvable situation. It's difficult, but transparency is a key element to that working right. And so one of the things that absolutely has to be a part of this discussion is transparency in this resource use, because it is a community use. The people that are putting these systems in are not bringing them with them. It's going to be something they're getting once they're there. So that has to be part of the discussion, is how you guarantee the transparency in the actual usage and make sure that that's accounted for in the process. So those are the main things for me on that point.
Thanks for the answer from the panelists. I think from my perspective, one of the biggest blind spots is, because I read a lot of literatures, they're trying to estimate the carbon footprint for those data centers, but I realized that they don't really account for the life cycles of those data centers. So I'm talking about the life cycle from the hardware production, model training, model inferencing, model deployment, and etc. So we really need to understand the life cycle of data centers, and if we want to report their true carbon footprint and the water cost, we have to consider that. So that's my perspective. And just a disclaimer, so I showed you the data center map. We have 4,000, but this number is from datacentermap.com. But I got another number from another company. It's about 4,600. So we have different numbers up there, but it's really hard to see how many data centers are there in the United States. But I do know that there are more than 600 data centers being proposed. So yeah, we're shifting towards that AI dominant phase really fast. All right, let's move on to the second question. Energy systems and grid stress. So how is the surge? Yes. Yeah.
My name is Seth Garbanio, and I work here at Computer Science at Wharton and one of the key costs of development.
One of the hidden costs that you did not mention is that they're building these giant data centers, and they're going to fill them up with equipment. They're buying all the memory, all the storage, all the GPUs, all the servers that are available. Memory prices are skyrocketing. They're buying all the hard drives that are being produced. We cannot even find hard drives. And for universities where we're doing AI and ML research, where the faculty have federal grants and they need to buy GPU servers, it takes several weeks to get approvals to buy the equipment. And what we're seeing is we get a quote, we submit a purchase order, takes several weeks for the approval to go through, and then the vendors are not honoring the POs. They want 40% or more because the prices are increasing so quickly. But it's a real problem.
Yeah.
We cannot buy the equipment right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And in many cases, I purchased some GPUs online, and those are actually second-hand GPUs used over by those giant companies. So that's a big concern.
The hard part about this case, though, is that these repositioning of that inventory to the data center class GPUs aren't usable in any other environment besides in a data center. They aren't the same kind of GPUs like in the past, the H100s, the H200s, those cards that were driving the data centers just a generation ago. You could have a second life for those after the data center depreciation. But the ones they're building now are purpose-built for the data center. And I'm not sure, that's a good point about what happens to that inventory. Even within 5 years or so after being deployed, they're going to be obsolete. And but again, in the capitalist way, that higher price is also what drives innovation. So the fact that there is a higher price for those now means that there's more engineering talent deployed into the space of solving for a different, better solution to serve that demand. At least that's my view of it. And so because of that pressure, we will get new kinds of memory, new kinds of compute, new kinds of systems, because it's now economically viable to make them, where initially it wasn't. So these periods of stress in the economic system are what enable innovation to occur and to break the models that were out there previously. The thing I don't get about these data centers so far is that the numbers don't make sense to me. The numbers, the circle doesn't close as far as what they're committing to do and what it's going to cost and how much power it's going to take and how much water it's going to take. If you add it up, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And I don't know what's really going on. My only theory is that in general in the past for large-scale technology deployments, the strategy that works is to lean into the technology curve so that you're building for a future that you know doesn't yet exist, but something will get invented in time for you to take advantage of it. And in the meantime, your goal is to create an economic model to pay the smartest people to work on that problem now so that those things do show up when you need them. And so the only theory I can come up with is that that's the strategy that's going on here. We're committing to do all this stuff that doesn't make sense because we believe by the time we actually have to do it, solutions will show up. And we're just going to be ahead of the curve by leaning into that shift. I don't know if that's an accurate picture or not, but otherwise I don't know how it makes sense because there's no way. For example, I saw in OpenAI, even just that one vendor, 55 new medium large scale power plants are going to be needed just for that one vendor's capacity. That's not going to happen. That part doesn't make sense to me. And so there must be something else at play anyway. You guys get the benefit of an afternoon just having fun with some friends or the people we really know who care about it because they stayed after lunch. So.
No. I can speak to that, but it might actually transition into the next question if you want to read that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the next question is about energy systems and grid stress. So how is the surge in AI-driven demand reshape the region power grids and energy planning? And I know John also is interested about the water systems, so you can answer that question from that perspective.
You want to go?
Yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the utility industry in Georgia because I think it actually speaks a little bit to some of what you are both talking about. And that is that most of our power is generated by an investor-owned utility, Georgia Power. I think someone from Southern Company is here in the audience. And as an investor-owned utility, shareholders are guaranteed a rate of return for their investment. And that is because utilities are a huge investment, right? If we didn't sort of provide some safeguards, it would be really hard to draw people into building the scale of infrastructure we need to make our society work, and that's been that way for quite a while. Now, Georgia has a very high rate of return. Georgia Power has a very high rate of return on its not only on the energy it sells, but on the costs it takes to produce that energy. And so we have a situation here, I'll be kind of your counterbalance here. We have a situation here where in Georgia where, and in a lot of the South, and maybe you could say in general for investor-owned utilities, where there is a huge incentive for building big and for growth, and there is not so much incentive for efficiency at the utility level. And so when you spend money, you make money, and investors assume none of the risk. And that's why so much of what you're hearing about now in the news around energy prices is, whether or not it's going to be ratepayers, and in particular residential ratepayers, that assume the costs of building the 10 gigawatts of energy that Georgia Power was just approved to build. And you talked about numbers not necessarily adding up. There are a lot of concerns about that 10 gigawatts, about whether that number is an overestimate. And will there actually be people to buy that power. And so those are leaving behind what are often called stranded costs. So if, for example, I know even if we wanted to build all the data centers that are now currently being planned in the US, there wouldn't actually be the materials, some of the minerals that are needed to actually build all those data centers. So we know that not all those data centers are going to be built. We know that there are a lot of questions about how new regulation will impact Georgia's Georgia's ability to draw data centers. And so with right now having made the decision, I think, to stop the tax incentive that's been offered to data centers, new data centers, and old data centers will get that tax break until 2031. There's a lot of questions about the financial model that AI is running on right now. Is this a bubble? And will there be this demand? And right now, we currently don't have protections in Georgia for ratepayers, as can be seen by the Plant Vogtle nuclear power kind of debacle, where a lot of those companies often were able to negotiate to not take on those costs, but residential ratepayers were not. So that's a little bit of what I wanted to say there. And I should also say that there are 93 other utilities in Georgia besides Georgia Power, and a lot of times people don't necessarily think about that or talk about that. We have municipal utilities, city-owned utilities, and also rural electric cooperatives. And I will say that none of these is a panacea for the kinds of issues that we're talking about, but those utilities are facing very different issues, different risks, because many of them are much, much smaller. So that's not to... the utility landscape is very, very complex. In terms of bottlenecks, whether or not we're heading towards structural bottlenecks, I think what's important to know about energy infrastructures is they take time to build, right? And that's part of the reason why, and to your point, why there is another tendency perhaps to overestimate is we don't fully know what's coming, 7 or 8 years down the line when that energy that we're going to start generating is finally coming online. So there is this, we don't want to have not enough, we don't want to have too much, and all of those things are open questions. And Virginia, for example, which has been the biggest data market in the United States and also data center market in the United States, but also in the world, I think currently has a 7-year wait list to bring new energy online to data centers. And so that's why you're seeing data centers moving so far to so many other places where energy may be inclined to come online quickly. I'll stop there. I'm sure I have a few other things to say.
It feels like one thing that's pretty different than the past is that in the past, when you had a large investment in infrastructure like this, it had a long lifetime. And this isn't really the case for these data centers. We already know that they're going to depreciate the hardware in those data centers in like 5 years or something. It's not a long term. Those things are going to be filled with GPUs that are going to be worthless in 5 or 6 years because of the replacing technology that's coming. Now, there's a question about the whether that'll mean there's even more need, so they'll just replace them with stuff that's more efficient, but there's more of them. Not sure how that'll play or not. But that changes the dynamics of the way the economics works, because in the past you could have long-term loans that you could imagine the depreciation going on for decades or whatever. And that's what a power plant still requires. When you're going to build a power plant, it does take those decades of payback. And when the purpose of building it is only going to be usable for the next 5 years or so, there's just a dead overhang left out that doesn't really get answered. So I'm not an economic, I don't lead any out kind of policy or anything like that. There's a reason I'm running a little incubation center and not a policy leader. But it feels like to me when the purpose of the extra capacity is just for that one purpose, that one purpose should cover the cost of that extra capacity. it seems like a simple equation is a systems kind of a question, right? If that's the only reason for it, then the reason for doing it should include the cost of making it by itself, because there's no other purpose for having it. And then I don't know if it'll ever turn out to be that way.
All right. I'm opening the floor to the audience. Any follow-up questions for this topic?
Yes, it's been brought up by the speakers and the professor who spoke to the audience. The
idea that we've been talking a lot about energy sources in terms of energy as well as water, but you spoke briefly to the issue of non-renewable resources like minerals that go into the making of these large-scale GPUs, etc. This is not my field, but as well as material waste that comes from production and manufacture. And if we're just going to be turning over and turning over and turning over, have we been talking about the environmental costs of those things, since we already have a solid waste pollution issue globally, and we also have a lot of political conflicts related to the mining and distribution of these metals and non-renewable resources that go into making these electronics.
Yeah, great point. That's not my particular, the other non-renewable resources are not necessarily something I can speak to. However, I do want to draw attention to the fact that this need for big amounts of energy, big quantities of energy, does have big effects on the energy transition. And so in particular, the delaying of the recently announced approved delays to decommission coal plants has happened. So the question of where our energy will come from in a context where, to your point, I mean, right here in the South, in Georgia, we have major problems with toxicity from coal ash. We have practices by our power generators of capping in place toxic coal ash ponds without actually remediating them. Those things are if we take the past as an example, seem likely to continue. I'm sorry I didn't address your point directly.
Do you want to add something, John?
Don't know if I have anything direct.
All right. So
just one point.
Yeah.
A lot of these problems are engineering problems. So power, for example, there's a lot of research right now in fusion, nuclear. There's things that like I said, if there's an economic reason to solve a problem, engineering will figure out a way to solve the problem. And that's kind of the way we've gotten to where we are today. Why do we have GPUs today? Where did they come from? What was the reason they showed up in the world? It was because in I guess it would have been 2000 time frame, people like me were playing Doom and Quake on our PCs at home, and it provided an economic reason to make the smart people in the world come up with a way to make those games better, because they could sell those games. That's where GPUs came from, PC gaming. And they got better and better and better, and we didn't have in mind at the time what they would be used for. But then we got autonomous cars, we got cryptocurrency, we got AI now. But it was because the problem that the smart people were solving were related to the economic driver that was bringing those smart people together. And right now, the smartest people in the world are trying to solve this problem. That's where the economic model is. So I think we should expect to see some step function increases in power generation and water handling and waste processing and the things that, that this pressure is putting on us. If there's an economic reason to solve them, that's when they'll get solved. I'm just counting on the engineers.
All right, thanks for responding.
If I can just add one point in there, I think it is really, I love having faith in engineers. I do anticipate that there will be technical solutions, but they will always have costs, and the question of who bears those costs will always be a political one. And so I think that's where we need to be pursuing both avenues simultaneously to sort of try to build in transparency, as you pointed out, reporting, and then also management of how these costs get distributed, because not all of them are going to be borne by the people using them.
And the big thing here that's different is too, in the past, for these big, consider them like a factory in the old days, the benefits were for the jobs, were for those people that live near there. And I think Donnie said earlier, you felt there were more jobs in a data center than people realized. I don't really think so. When you walk around in a data center, you'll walk for an hour without seeing probably another soul. But they do create a lot of jobs. The jobs are at NVIDIA, Microsoft, AWS. I run a bunch of accelerator at Georgia Tech. All those founders use cloud computers. So the fact that those data centers exist means they can have a job. It's just they're not local to where that data center is. So that's a different economic situation that we've had to deal with in the past to figure out how to distribute that around. The people who are around where the data centers are going in, I happen to be one of them, don't get any particular benefit from it coming to their backyard. That's my point. That's new, because in the past, when something came close by, you could personally benefit by working there or seeing the benefits from it. And I do agree with you that that is a government's regulatory framework-oriented thing, not an engineering thing to solve, for sure.
Yes.
Edgar Lee on computer science at Emory. I have a question about fusion. You mentioned fusion, but it is my understanding that, for example, the ITER project in France, it will take another 50 years before they have a commercial fusion power plant. Do you expect to see fusion in our lifetimes for data centers?
I don't think it's something that can be predicted, except to say that in general, things show up in step functions, not linearly. There'll be a new talk about it like this. There's the longest standing record for human achievement in history lasted 4,000 years. There was something that humans did that they didn't get better at doing that for 4,000 years. And that was the height of a human structure. For 4,000 years, those were the pyramids. And then around 1850, all of a sudden, we just blew through that with high rises. And the question becomes, why did it take 4,000 years to learn how to build something higher than piling rocks on top of each other? And why did it show up in 1850 all of a sudden? And then since then, we've been on an asymptotic curve, and we can just keep going higher. And it's a little oversimplification, but the analogy is it was essentially the patent of the I-beam, the structure. We had steel, we had extrusion, but that shape completely changed the way you do load distribution in buildings. And because of that single invention, you can build high rises. And the question is, why did that show up in 1850? It was because in that time frame, everybody was moving to the cities. They had to find a way to go vertical because there wasn't any room to put them out horizontally. So the smart people were figuring out ways to make cities work, and therefore it showed up. If you ask the question, when were you going to have high rises before the I-beam was invented, you would think never. But after, it was easy, right? So I'm thinking there'll be something that comes up that we don't know of today that may emerge, may not, but if it does, and I'm counting, generally speaking, on when there's the smartest people in the world working on it, something does get figured out. I'm not an anthropologist. I'd be curious to hear what you think about any of that.
All right, so due to time limits, we're going to skip some technical questions and then directly dive into the question that everyone is interested in. So let's go to responsibility and design choices. So what are the most promising, technical operational strategies that you can think of to reduce AI's footprint, and how much responsibility should fall on companies versus infrastructure providers or users, heavy users like me?
I'll say the thing that bothers me the most about our current direction is that we're over-subscribing on the current technology at way too high a scale. It feels to me like we're a generation too early for this level of scale because, like I said, the numbers just don't work yet. We need one more step function change, one more I-beam level invention related to compute and power and cooling that we just don't have yet. And I'm just counting on that, showing up before those deployments really come through. Because right now, if that were to go through as is, I don't see how it's going to work. It just doesn't make sense to me. I haven't mentally figured out how to even make it possible, much less functional as a business. And so because of that, I think somebody must know, I hope, that somebody has notified, somebody's aware of something that's going to come forward at the time. I know Sam Altman's investing in fusion reactors and other kinds of technologies, and I think that's probably one of the reasons. There's the new chips are looking like they'll be optical rather than these silicon-based, so they'll be plastic and glass kind of things rather than silicon-based. I don't know. There's inventions that we don't know about, and economic drivers are what's going to make them come forward.
Right. Any follow-up questions on this topic?
I will finally say, though, responsibility. I do think that this is one of those cases where we do need to depend on the government structures, regulatory pressures, because the scale at which these things are happening, we don't have a lot of experiments to have failures and learn from them. This is too big a bet to take as a society to move fast and break things, the mentality that we've come out of Silicon Valley with. These are way too high-scale decisions to make and run it that way. And so I'm hoping that I think society, general communities pushing back, delaying, pushing back on the times for connection for energy. Those are the right things to do right now to slow down I call it putting the tail on the kite to give it some stability so that things can come forward in a more manageable time. Because right now it seems to be a little bit out of control.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks for responding. Yes.
Yeah, I have a friend who does work in
environmental economics, and so I wonder if some of the design choices would be better informed if they included the currently unaccounted for environmental degradation in the economics.
Certainly, the more fidelity that's in the numbers, obviously the more valuable the numbers are. My concern is when you have solutions that don't include the economics, the other side of that equation is just as bad. You have to have an economic part of the discussion in every discussion that relates to this. If there's not money involved, you're not solving the real problem. So in every conversation, in every level, the transfer of economic value has to be considered in there.
Right. Any follow-up questions? Yes.
How would you diagnose of what it is that it is?
My question more towards the technical strategies. How promising quantum computing evolving now? Because GTRI we do have, right? So since you have incubator supporting startups, how much quantum computing startups can help towards this?
Yeah, quantum has got a lot of attention right now. It's been in the spotlight for a long time, and in some sense it makes you wonder. Just like for fusion reaction power. I'm not aware that we're on the brink of anything drastically changing, but I can say that there's still a lot of very smart people who are being economically motivated to work on that problem. So I'm confident that something is going to show up there. And it's going to be, in that case, that would affect this industry pretty significantly.
For those of us who may not know as much about AI, how do we, on the subject of responsibility, how can we expect people to make responsible choices about advancements that we're having trouble keeping up with because they're moving so quickly?
That one's for you.
Who's back?
Yeah, this is happening way too fast in general terms. Changes come in society have always come. Whole industries have changed, but they've always had decades to adopt and react. And we're seeing months of time pass here with the things changing. In the case of AI, for the last year, about maybe 2 years, actually, I've been doing this for quite a while, playing with AI at different levels. About a year ago, I started trying to just use AI to make code that I would be creating. And it was just like, it's not there. So I wasn't worried about it. It couldn't do it. 2 or 3 months later, still not there. 3 months later, still not there. It's like, it's overhyped. It's not real. You guys are crazy. Nothing's there. And then about 2 weeks ago, tried it again, and it's like, oh, this is working. This is different. This is not like it was even 3 months ago. And even like this past week, I moved to a different tool, and it's way better. It's even way better. And I'm like, yeah, something is new in the world. It feels different than it felt even just a few months ago. So the comment earlier today, I think somebody said, if you played with it a year ago, it's not the same as it is now. And it does create some very unsettling questions about how we can react fast enough as a society. I don't know. I don't have a feel for what that means yet. The thing that, I wanted to jump up and clap several times during the keynote this morning. That was some incredible content. The most important one to me right now that exists today is the inability to know whether something is real. We have lost all ability to detect whether anything we see with our eyes or hear with our ears is real or not online, from any source, no matter where it's coming from. That is a big problem. If we can't trust the systems that we have, we don't even know if it's our own children calling us to say that they need help. We can't tell that anymore. That is today, before any of the rest of this happens. And I don't know what that is a significant problem that we haven't yet even begun to start to look at. It doesn't require hackers. It doesn't require, broken systems or whatever. This is just a fact that people can do this kind of stuff right now.
I think on that note, too, we don't necessarily have consent processes right now with AI. We use it often without knowing it. And I think whoever was in here during the medical, talking about a nutrition label, like a nicotine warning. More transparency about mandated transparency on the way AI is being used in our lives is really important. So we ourselves can make decisions. Particularly, I think about the consent issue when it comes to energy consumption, right? That I'm making a choice to use, a function on Google that actually, is completely different in its energy consumption than I think any numbers differ, but they say anywhere up to 10 times as much energy than a regular Google search. And although that number is debated, but all to say, knowing and being able to make conscious choices about what we're doing, I think is important.
Related to the fake IDs and sort of not knowing what's out there, the only thing I can come up with, since it's so easy to do, is to have the penalties for doing it be very draconian, like significantly. If you put out something on the internet that is fake and try to make it look like it's real, that ought to be like life sentence level fraud. Like, you can't do that. That's because it's so easy to do and the consequences are so dire. It needs to be something we guard very, very carefully as a society, because the lack of trust in the system is the basic, credible thing that makes the whole system work. And so anyone who is trying to use the system to to make something seem like it is that it isn't, that ought to be something that we really have a lot higher concern about and a lot stricter rules about. I don't know that that'll ever happen, because it's a pretty different from the way we operate today. But to me, that of all the things we've talked about in today's conversation and related to AI, that one bothers me the most, is the lack of trust in anything that we see or hear online. That is truly scary, unsettling and scary.
Yeah, I can add up to the responses from the panelists. I think I agree with John that AI is evolving super fast, and that even for me, I think it's kind of hard for me to catch up with the cutting development in the AI field. But I think, how to use AI in a responsible way, that's something we need to concern about. That reminds me of one of the projects I initiated last year, which is generative AI for Africa education. Because I was in Ethiopia and Tanzania for a Gates Foundation project, and I volunteered myself to teach a couple of classes, geography classes, in their middle and high school. And I realized that, for the school that I was volunteering teaching, one teacher is responsible for 300 students. So there's a huge gap. And then for the teaching materials, they were still using a map with Soviet Union on it to teach geography. So that's 30 years ago. So I started to think, how can I leverage AI skills to quickly produce cutting-edge and up-to-date teaching materials for the students. So we actually started this project. It's called Generative AI for Education in Africa, so that this platform allows teachers to quickly produce or prepare teaching materials utilizing all the information online, and then quickly generate PowerPoints, texts, or some videos, interactive maps in a very automatic way. So usually it takes them half a day to prepare a lecture. Now with AI, it takes them 5 or even just a couple minutes to prepare for the lecture. So I think that's one of the examples that we can use AI in a very responsible way to advance education. Yeah. All right. We do have a couple minutes. I will invite the panelists to answer the final question regarding the governance, regulation, and accountability. So, should AI development be subject to formal regulation, standardized reporting, or environmental accountability frameworks? And if so, what would effective governance look like from your perspective?
There's a difficulty in this situation because I feel like there's not current language available for describing how things should work in this environment. For example, today, a lot of these data centers, when they come in, they're being classified as warehouses because there's nothing better in the system really for that to, it's not a factory per se, it doesn't really fit anywhere else, and it's in the advantage of the person putting it in to call it a warehouse because that's got the least oversight, because generally it didn't matter. That's not okay. So we need to create a new language, a new set of vocabulary essential around this category so that a data center is a data center and it has a specific set of things related to it that everybody understands. Transparency about the resource use ought to be a part of that discussion under that framing, and none of that exists yet, which is, again, is one of the reasons we need to kind of feel like pump the brakes a little bit as these things are coming forward. So to me, the biggest thing about this is that the smart people that focus on regulatory issues are just as important as the smart people focused on technology issues. There has to be a creative group of people whose everyday, all-day job is to think about ways to construct regulatory frameworks and vocabulary around these things that are happening way faster than we've been doing them today to keep up with the technology that's going on. This is the same way it relates to IP ownership, right? When you create AI from an image from AI, what does that mean? Who owns it? If you create a video, who owns it? If you have a likeness and it's been copied by somebody else, is that okay? How much, what's the deal there? We just don't have a framework. We don't have a language for that, how that works. Copyright doesn't really apply. But no one's yet come up with a language to describe how it should work. And I feel like we need some of those smartest, creative people in the world to be focusing on regulatory framework issues as much as we do for the technology. That's not really an answer, by the way.
It's okay. I can say from my perspective, there is legislation that is being proposed, that was proposed this spring, that some of which has passed and some of which, or has moved along in the process and some of which has not. I will say that the Data Center Transparency Act, which would require local governments to disclose data centers' water and electricity usage, did not move forward. And I think that says a lot about the kind of political will around some of these issues. The other one that did not cross over was prohibits costs associated with data center fuel generation and transmission from being included in residential electricity rates. There is a bill that now is going to that's in process that's going to require utilities to use contracts to protect data center energy costs, but there's a lot of discretion involved there, so it's not legally binding in the same way as the other proposed bill. And then I think, I forget when it was, maybe 20 years ago, Georgia got rid of the Consumer Utility Council, which is basically there to stand up for residential energy costs. and there was movement to try and bring that back. It also did not cross over. So we really do need to press our lawmakers to build in protections, to build in mandatory transparency, and I think also we really need to think about energy efficiency a lot. I think data centers are actually quite incentivized to think about energy efficiency, right? And so you have this kind of tension between utilities drawn to, make big energy and sell big energy, and data centers who are incentivized for energy efficiency. And I think it's really important that we press on that for technological development around energy efficiency, and then also in ways that also take ratepayers into consideration as well.
All right, I think due to time limits, I have to call session today. I know, Christine, you have to go a few minutes earlier. So let's give a round of applause for the panelists for their amazing answers. All right. Thank you all for attending the session.
All right, hello, everyone. We are now about to start our final panel of the day on AI, big tech, and the erosion of social trust. This panel will be moderated by Alex Tolbert, who's an assistant professor in the Department of Data and Decision Sciences here at Emory. He's joined by David Danks, who is William L. Pope Jr. and Carolyn K. Polk Jefferson Scholars Foundation Distinguished University Professor of Philosophy, Artificial Intelligence, and Data Science at the University of Virginia.
Way too long.
That was awesome. Aaron Roth, who is the Henry Salvatore Professor of Computer and Cognitive Science at the University of Pennsylvania. Chandler Squires, who's a postdoctoral research associate in the Machine Learning Department at Carnegie Mellon. And Konstantin Jenin, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Utah. Please welcome him.
Cool. Thanks for having us. So, the first question here is around a lot of mainstream AI ethics in public discourse and in policy and even parts of academia operate without formal grounding. Meanwhile, tools exist like calibration frameworks, causal methods, and formal epistemology. So the question I have is whether something is lost when ethics proceeds without these tools, and whether methodological sophistication creates its own blind spots. There's also a new wrinkle that LLMs are making formal methods more accessible to people without traditional training. Is that a way to democratize methodology, or does it create new problems with people wield formal tools without fully understanding them? So to the panel, I gave you guys these questions. Does the absence of formal methodology make it easier for AI ethics debates to go into circles? Where have you seen technical frameworks cut through debates that are otherwise stuck? On the flip side, does formal precision sometimes obscure the messiness of real institutions? When does technical solutions to fundamentally political problems do more harm than good? And are LLMs letting people with formal training use formal tools, and is this a way of democratizing methodology, or does it create more problems? So I'll open to the panel here.
Sure, I can start.
That's going to be key.
So I think formal frameworks are best understood kind of as maps. They're tools for thinking, but they're necessarily lossy. A map is useful because it is much smaller than the thing it is mapping. It lets you do certain things like navigate, but it leaves out a lot of detail. And formal methodology is the same way. It's an incredibly powerful tool for thinking through specific things if you can abstract it away into a model, things that you wouldn't be able to reason through if you had to think about the whole world. If you had to think about the whole world at the same time. But we shouldn't forget that formal methodologies are lossy descriptions of the world, and we have to take that seriously. And you need different formal methodologies depending on what you're trying to study.
Maybe I can say something to build on that. When working on developing formal methodology, I kind of like to think of our role as service providers and the people who are then going to use that technology or that methodology as users. And just like a map, if people are like, hey, this map lays out all of the restaurants, I really want to map the restaurants, you have to listen to them and provide that service. So I think it isn't just something where you can create that methodology for its own sake, but it requires kind of constant communication and collaboration with the people who want to use that in some way.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Alex, you asked, are there cases where we needed the formal methodology? Are there cases where it hindered us? I mean, I guess I would actually point to a case that I think is both, and that is maybe the exemplar of the use of formal methods in AI ethics, which is the debates around fairness, where it's sort of become, I think in a lot of AI ethics circles, sort of this punching bag that we have measures of fairness. We have 24 of them and nobody knows, and it's really awful. And what's the point even? Because fairness isn't something you just measure through statistics. You also have to think about the history and all these things. It can be sometimes, I think, hard for people to remember. Maybe they weren't yet in academia back in 2016, 2015. The debates about fairness around AI systems, they were starting to emerge then, and they were not good. And I say that as somebody who contributed to it. We didn't know what we were doing because we viewed fairness in this incredibly vague and qualitative way. And so we didn't know how to think clearly about the ways in which an AI system might be unfair, or what are the sources of it, or what are the ways that we might mitigate certain kinds of unfairness. But then you fast forward 5-7 years from that point, and fairness measures, fair ML, has sort of gotten reified into that's the goal, is to do something formal. And people kind of forgot the original reasons that we wanted, which was to, as Aaron was saying, have a map to help us have some guide through the really tricky ethical terrain of fairness. That's what the formal methods gave us, right? I mean, there's the classic George Box quote of, all theories are wrong, but some are useful. That's another way to think about this map metaphor. All formal models are wrong. They just all, because all of them are going to omit something that probably was important. But some of them are useful. So a lot of it becomes this question of how do we over time continue to refine the model, pick a new model that gives us a different perspective on the classic, the problem that has its full complexity, rather than getting trapped and thinking that the formal model was the point in the first place, because it almost never is.
Yeah, I guess I'll echo the others. I mean, the situation is really, really ambiguous. I mean, on the one hand, formal methodology is an expression of hope, that the scope of reason in human affairs can be increased. It's also, it creates blind spots. It has ideological uses. It can be obscurantist. It can be a tool of power. It can be all those things. And at the same time, the reason, like David was saying, the reason that there was this push to create formal notions of fairness, I don't think it was fundamentally methodological. It was out of a crisis of legitimacy. There was a crisis of legitimacy in these tools. And I think about the sociologists like Court, trust in numbers. When are disciplines forced to become formal? When are they forced to become transparent? When are they forced to explain themselves, not through expert judgment, but through something kind of auditable to the world? It's when they go through a crisis of legitimacy and they're faced with external discipline. And I think this formal fairness thing came out of a crisis for good reasons, a crisis of legitimacy, and it was a kind of answer to that crisis, an attempt to justify a really important social practice to the world. I think some of those answers were ideological. Some of them were attempts at avoiding responsibility that were or obscuring what was going on. But it was ultimately a good thing to create that discipline where that discourse, in my opinion, could happen, where people could propose things that other people could criticize, and it wasn't all just going under the hood of expert judgment, where no one could no one could criticize it, or no one was required to explain themselves. Why do you think your model is fair? Right?
But it does make me wonder, what are we right now overemphasizing or over-focusing on? Is it explainability? Because now everything is to have these models that are explainable, but then people don't bother to actually check whether humans can understand it. Or is it, that, I don't know, I'd love to hear from the other people up here. Like, what is the thing that right now we're starting to focus on the formal and forgetting why we built the formal in the first place?
Yeah, but maybe just to react to the example of explainability, because I think it's actually the opposite. So like one thing that formal methods are like super useful for is for giving us a language to speak precisely so that other people can either agree or disagree, but at least we're clear on what we're agreeing to or disagreeing to. That was sort of like, as you say, one of the things that the formal methods added to the fairness discourse. Yeah, different people mean different things by fairness, but if I start talking about some specific thing, you can disagree that the specific thing I'm talking about is useful, but at least we know what we're talking about. Now, I think explainability is actually an area where formal methods should be used and aren't being in this sense of specificity and definitions. Like there's lots of quote unquote explainable AI, but there is a lack of definitions for what exactly we're trying to get out of an explanation, what an explanation actually is. And it is because of the lack of a sort of formal specification of the goals and the language that I think a lot of the work coming out of this area doesn't make progress, because people can't evaluate it when the goals aren't clear.
We philosophers, we've got a formal model for that. So,
Good.
Awesome. I want to shift to talking about how AI is transforming how science gets done. So just a bit of a setup to the questions here. Aaron, you and my former advisor, Michael Kearns, recently described using agentic AI to write 50 pages of a 50-page math paper in about 3 weeks, and what the proofs are about correct 70% of the time. So useful for experts, but enough error to flood the literature with slop. Peer review is straining. The tasks AI automates are the same tasks that we used to train junior scholars and researchers to do, PhD students. And yet AI lowers the barrier for people who previously lacked collaborators or technical skills. So there is some benefit to it. And right now there's an emerging debate in philosophy right now about the use of AI. So what I'll broadly call the output view versus the process view. So prohibitionists take the process view. So scholarship is fundamentally the activity of human doing. So like the Olympics, we value human performance in and of itself. There are pragmatists who take the output view. If it's correct, who cares? Nobody cites Grammarly, LaTeX, and what I would say are also institutionalists who worry about practical collapse. So LLM submissions slipping past review, biases becoming systematic when everyone uses the same models. But there's also this asymmetry. The entire conversation is about, a lot of times, punishments, bans, blacklists, academic shaming, treating one hallucinated citation as fabrication, but nobody talks about the epistemic reward for getting answers right with an LLM. And also there's been several de-skilling studies showing that parts of the brain deactivating, none examining whether new skills emerge if AI directing as well and genuine intellectual labor is produced. That's a process claim, same as delegation, where nobody says a PI contribution is merely the lab's output. And then there's this deeper question about social trust. Consider how long it took to develop germ theory, observation, controlled experiment, identification of specific pathogen. When your doctor tells you something, you don't trace the chain of inferences. You couldn't. It wouldn't be possible. There's a trade-off between accuracy and efficiency. You could verify every claim, but you often defer to institutional infrastructure instead. So deference is clearly epistemically legitimate in some cases. Now we use AI, the more we use it, the more we defer to it. Is there a same kind of legitimate deference there? When institutions make mistakes, we try to have mechanisms for accountability. What are the mechanisms for AI accountability when we defer like this? And is there an erosion of social trust in the ways we're not tracking? So my questions are, what should verification look like?
Steve Bush.
Well, no, that was setting it up, bro. So what should AI verification look like when AI is part of research?
Okay, so let's see. We could have the whole panel about this, so I'll start speaking and just cut me off when it's time. But okay, so first of all, I think it is clear to me, and I think everyone should understand, that AI, whether we like it or not, is going to fundamentally change what research looks like, especially in mathematical fields where everything in the paper is in principle, verifiable within itself. And I personally, and many people I know, have started using it for like maybe the last 8 months, using AI tools at every aspect of the research project, not just writing, but ideation, generating proofs. And this is going to be a huge change that's going to, I think, ultimately cause us to do better science, but there's going to be enormous disruptions along the way. So just to try to go through some of your questions. So first of all, is it somehow wrong to do it? Should science fundamentally be about the human process of doing it or about the outcome? Well, I think I enjoy doing math. There's certainly artistic value in doing it, but I hope that, mathematical and scientific research has value beyond, the experience and joy it gives me to do it. I hope that the artifact has value. And to the extent that it does, we should embrace tools that help us produce better science. It's valuable. No one would pay to watch us do it.
Exactly. I wouldn't fund it either. Now, the dangers are, these tools are currently pretty good at execution of ideas. They are not perfect at execution of the ideas, and they are poor at the ideation process. And so, for someone like me, I believe they're extremely useful. But in part, that's because I have sort of lots of sort of intuition and experience that I built up through grinding through the details of mathematical arguments in grad school. And that is what these things are good at right now. Given a clear idea, they're good at grinding through the details. And the question I don't know the answer to is, how do we train our students to have the intuitions that currently are necessary to guide these models to do good work? It's, by the way, very easy to write what I would call research slop with AI models that is sort of produced semi-autonomously and looks right but is terrible, right? You can use them to create good work, but it requires some knowledge, and it's easy to use them to produce slop, which I'll leave it to other speakers to comment on how that's going to disrupt the publication system. But one of the biggest problems, I think, is, and we've seen this in other panels too, this is not just for math, these models are very good at automating exactly those tasks that we used to use in part for training. Let me end there and let other people speak.
I guess one thing that I like the way you framed that, Aaron, and I think one thing is that is, I think perhaps a debate that often isn't expressed in quite the way I think I'm going to express it here, is the question of whether the working out of the details of an idea can actually be separated from the ideation itself. And that's, it's ultimately an empirical question. But I think, for example, when I talk to other philosophers who are diehard, to use Alex's terminology, or prohibitionists, oftentimes for them, they can't conceive of working out the idea separate from the ideation itself. That's how they know what their own idea is to work through the writing of it.
But have you ever learned things from reading other people's papers?
Yes, but they don't think that they're learning their own. They don't think that that's the ideation, right? Look, I'm not necessarily defending it. That's not my own work style. But I do think that that's one of these questions, is that there is, I think, often it gets framed as we humans can have the idea and the intuition, and then the AI just is turning the crank to fill in the details. And I know the way you use it's more sophisticated than that, but I think that is often the way it's presented. It's the way sometimes people will talk to students this way and say, well, it's okay to use the AI to turn the crank and to fill in the little details, but don't use the AI for your ideas. And I think that this, whether students building the ideation skills or even those of us who've been doing it for a long time, I do sometimes worry that if we stop doing the details, do we stop having as good of intuition, or does that impair our ideation abilities as well? And I think we don't actually know, because we've never had systems, like there's never been a question we've had to really ask. And so we just lack the empirical data on it.
So let me just add one quick thing. So I agree, this is unknown, we don't know. But there are some parallels, right? So like, when at the dawn of the computing age, people would program in machine code. That was the only way to get the computer to do what you wanted. I don't know anyone who can program in machine code now. And it's because we have higher level programming languages that let us think at higher degree of abstraction. Everyone has become de-skilled at writing machine code, but it's okay. And we don't know what's going to happen with language models, but at least there's, potentially the optimistic case in which we can start thinking at a higher level of abstraction. We might become de-skilled at sort of kinds of low-level computations that would go into proving small lemmas or something. And maybe that's okay. Maybe we're free to think bigger thoughts. I agree with you, it's an open question, but it's not a foregone conclusion.
And I would note, people building new chip designs, they can still code in machine, right? So there still are people doing it.
That's right.
Even if the rest of us no longer have to.
And I think this will require, as researchers, an amount of introspection. And when we're training our students, training them to introspect of like kind of what works for them. Like I am one of the, probably everybody here like actually enjoys writing. I'm one of the few people though around me. I get so many people like I love doing, the coding and like running the experiments. I hate writing the paper. I'm like, no, I love writing the paper. That's where I actually get to, as you were saying, kind of understand what my idea is. And writing is part, for me, of the thinking process. And that might vary among people. So I think like we can recommend, for ourselves, I can say that to other people. I would say that to students. I would often encourage them, use AI to maybe polish the way that you're saying a sentence, or, find among many vocabulary terms that you could use, the one that seems to have kind of the right connotation, use it for things like that. But you shouldn't be like starting off with like, okay, give me a draft of my introduction. You should be thinking through the introduction yourself and, following the same process we've always followed. Or I'll tell them that's at least what works for me. I assume that there's some sort of transferability. There might be variation among people, and I think it could actually be a very interesting thing to study this empirically in like 4 or 5 years. Like you'd have to be very careful with the kind of causal analysis of this, but self-reports of how much people are using these tools and what it does to their output. Right now, I think since we don't have much empirical data on that, it has to be a form of introspection, kind of this anecdotal information.
I guess while we're on this, do people think there's genuinely new skills that are emerging from using these tools, and not just, it's our responsibility to make sure that the outputs are right?
Absolutely. I think people have named a few of these skills. They don't remember them all now. I mean, essentially at the super high level, it's delegation. Delegation, communication. If you're viewing the AI as a conversation partner, it's how well you can express your ideas in that format so that it can fill out, some of the technical details for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not dissimilar maybe from, for the academics in the audience, the change in skill set you need when you sort of transition from being a PhD student to an advisor of PhD students. It's a different skill set. When you're a PhD student, you're down in the weeds doing everything. If you're an advisor to 5 PhD students, 10 PhD students, even if you're deeply involved in the research, you are operating not at the level of proving the lemmas, writing the code. You're operating one level up in abstraction. And this is similar to what happens when you're using LLMs with research. And so, for example, I think that we will need to train researchers to operate one level up of abstraction earlier in their careers. PhD students will be learning what were previously sort of advisory skills as opposed to implementation skills.
Casey, you were going to say something.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about this. It does sound alarming because I think we've all had this experience where it feels like you couldn't understand what someone was saying or what someone was proposing unless you had tried to solve that very problem yourself, and unless you had really struggled with all of the issues involved. And I wonder what will happen to that. And that's kind of like what David was talking about. And I mean, I think the way that we're talking about is really fascinating, and I think it posits a kind of ideal scenario where all else stays equal, and we just have like more time to focus on research, but now assisted with these super nifty research assistants. But I think like I don't know that that's the experience of most people right now in academia. I mean, maybe it just we need some time to like reach a new equilibrium, but David had a really nice proposal, because I think the problem is that, yeah, like we're going to generate all this slop now. And this is not, I would say, a new problem for AI. Like many fields were already enslopified before AI came on the scene. And what's going to have to happen is that, like what David was proposing, the minimal publishable unit has to become significantly like more substantive, so that we're not all reviewing like these like incremental things that AIs can do, like which is totally trivial for them. And so that to bring this world into reality where like we are thinking all these deep, interesting thoughts, and we're just using the AIs to do the donkey work, to bring that world into reality, we have to do a lot of institutional changes, because right now the incentives are just to publish a bunch of little incremental things, and the incentives even before AI were for slop. We incentivize slop already, so that all has to go away. And not to mention just like what this all means in like austerity era universities. None of this is going to work out the way we hoped, I imagine, unless we like do something. Yeah, I think this is one of the biggest risks, that although AI might sort of improve the quality of output of individual researchers, it makes science work less well as a whole. This is what our keynote speaker was talking about a little bit this morning, that one thing AI does is it removes a lot of the characteristics of work that used to correlate with quality. It's now easy to produce something that looks good, even if it's not. And the role of our publication system I would say, is not even primarily to verify correctness, but to focus the scarce resource, which is the attention of the research community, on the most promising work. And the fact that it is now possible to generate enormous volumes of stuff that looks at first glance to be good and takes an enormous amount of labor to actually verify is going to very much disrupt the system of focusing research attention. And so there is a future, I think, in which even though any individual researcher is now able to do much more, they're less able to build on the work of others because they can't find it.
And maybe to just give some insight into how the kind of machine learning community is already trying to change these incentive structures and kind of self-regulate, to this better equilibrium eventually. Conferences like the International Conference for Machine Learning had a policy this year. You could opt in for if my paper can be reviewed by AI, then I, as a reviewer, am also allowed to use AI to write my review. So there are two policies. You could choose the LLM one, or you could choose the one that's non-LLM. And what they did was they injected hidden things that you wouldn't have been able to see, but the LLM would have seen while reading the paper to produce the review, so that if people said that they weren't going to use an LLM, but they actually used an LLM, there would be some indication of it. And then they just rejected something like 2% of the papers because people did not follow the policy that they said that they would state. So I think trying to be creative with things like this and how we change the incentives so that we don't get research stopped. That was just on the reviewing side, so critically important, but how do we encourage people to, not just quickly produce incremental contribution with some things that might even be wrong or some methodology that doesn't really work. How can we incentivize them to, produce? One way to think of it is, if we're going to be more productive, do we want that productivity to result in a larger quantity of work, or do we want to focus that on higher quality of work? And how do we shift it towards quality over quantity?
This leads nicely into this question I had brought up in the opening statement about the asymmetry between sort of disproportionate blame we would assign, or even sort of like public shaming in the academic community, or just outright bans from further submission to the journal if a hallucination gets by. Different from if we had like a human editor do it, we won't impose such a ban. Aaron, you mentioned earlier how you think that this may be actually a reasonable thing to do. We don't sort of, so the asymmetry specifically is it's a disproportional ban when an AI makes a mistake. You don't get the disproportional reward when you get the right output with the AI. The idea is like, oh, well, the AI did it, so you don't get credit for that. So maybe you guys can speak to that.
Sure, yeah. So I think, obviously, I don't think it's a shameful thing to use AI in research. I do it all the time. But I do think that it is not a bad idea to impose maybe disproportionate consequences, even reputational consequences, for things like hallucinated citations or other sort of clear bugs. Because one thing that was true of sort of, human-generated work is that the process of working through all of the nitty-gritty details yourself was a great way to catch errors in your thinking. Like, you just find errors that, you didn't realize when the argument was just in your head when you sit down to write it down. And that's one of the things you lose when, AI is writing your lemmas. So like an obligation on the researcher when they're using AI tools is to spend more time on verification than they would otherwise, because pre-AI sort of verification was kind of embedded a little bit in the generation process. Like writing it down was a big part of the verification. Now it's not. And so you need to spend lots of time on verification that should be incentivized. And if it's not incentivized, people won't do it. And one way to incentivize it is to impose relatively large penalties for errors that sort of clearly result from inattention.
I think this also goes to this question of what new skills might we develop or strengthen. Because if we think about verification broadly, outside of, say, mathematical theorems, if I think about what is it to verify an argument or an objection in a philosophical paper, that actually requires some pretty significant metacognitive skills. It requires me to be able to sort of discipline my own thinking and not just go, yeah, that seems plausible, and move on, right? And when I'm writing the paper entirely myself, I didn't need to do that because I had to do the discipline just to produce the words in the first place, as opposed to just, we know that there's a bias that people have, that if something is written relatively smoothly, fluently, there's a bias to think it's smarter than it is, right? Not just it, right? If I give you the exact same words and I put one in an easy-to-read font and one in a hard-to-read font, people systematically will rate the easy-to-read font as being a more interesting idea, even though it's literally the same words. Obviously, you can't do it to the same person, but these kinds of studies, people, if it's easy to read and makes sense, you think it's more likely to be right. You think it's more interesting. Well, if it's your own words, that's one thing, but if I'm just getting AI words and I have to verify it, that's going to require me to think differently about the very task that I've historically engaged in. So I think this is another kind of, it's not just the delegation sort of managerial, how do I manage an AI, but it's also how do I can change my own thinking to be able to critically analyze some other system, some other cognizer agent producing words that are kind of my idea or are a working out of my idea. I have no idea how to teach that. But I think it's something we're all going to have to learn.
Great. Maybe let's shift to something I mentioned earlier, this idea of social trust. So obviously we're deferring to these LLMs, and epistemic deference is something that's very common. We do it. I mentioned it earlier with germ theory, and when the doctor says you're sick, you're not tracing out the inferences that they made. And we do that for the sake of efficiency, as opposed to like just trying to check every sort of inference in the chain. Do people see this as a greater problem with AI as we use it more in our scientific research, sort of deferring to it in this way, and not having more distrust?
I read a really fun metaphor that AI is like our asbestos. We're building it into everything. It's in the walls, and so a few decades from now, we're gonna have to spend ripping it out of everything again. So there's some element of that. I mean, I'm sorry, that might derail the conversation just because it's funny, but I don't know that it's helpful. So I think it requires like an intense hermeneutics of suspicion, like David was saying. You need to be very suspicious of this very fluent thing that is designed to please you, and that's not.
And a lot of the signals that we could previously use, as you were saying, of it says something that sounds, it's using the right words, either big words or just very well chosen words. It's writing in a very clear way. That used to be an indication that somebody was thinking very clearly. So I think we have to think about what signals we use already in this kind of epistemic deference. It's very complicated, right? Why do I trust doctors? Well, it's not just because they have this degree. It's also because the people around me trust doctors. If I grow up in a family that doesn't trust doctors, I probably am not going to trust doctors as much. So it's not just a first order thing. I also have to evaluate how other people trust this person, and that could go on and on and on. So to some extent, what we can do, I think, is as we engage ourselves with this technology and kind of figure out what we think it's good at, what we think it's bad at, what we can trust it for, sharing that amongst ourselves, right?
So I think this is going to be a big problem in the short term, but I'm optimistic in the long term. So in the short term, all of the problems just discussed are for sure real. If anyone here who teaches, when you were grading something, you used to be able to tell right off the bat whether, the essay was going to be a good essay or a bad essay, whether the student was likely to have gotten the problems on the problem set right or not, because sort of clear thinking was evident in style, and now it's not anymore. In the short term, it's going to make it much harder to verify things yourself. It'll be much more labor intensive, and as a result, reputation is going to be much more important. You're going to trust things more for people who have a reputation and a track record of producing interesting, correct things, and that's not necessarily a great state of affairs. But in the longer run, at least for things like mathematics that in principle are verifiable in a self-contained way, I think actually AI can help with this. So just as in the last 8 months, AI tools have gotten much better at producing proofs, they've gotten much better at auditing them and finding bugs. And in fact, there's this big push in mathematics now for sort of what's called auto-formalization, to take sort of natural language proofs and compile them into automatically checkable proofs that, truly certify correctness. And so in the longer run, I'm hoping that the burden of verifying correctness, at least in mathematics, can sort of be offloaded to a machine, which will leave for human
readers. I think the more interesting and more fun task of judging significance. You don't have to work. You don't have to check every line of the lemma to know it's true. You'll have a certificate that it's true. There's lots of true things that aren't interesting. Like your job will be to figure out if this particular true thing is interesting or not.
But I do think that there's a different kind of deference problem that's lurking here that we maybe haven't talked about, which is, do or should I change the deference that I exhibit, the epistemic deference that I exhibit to another human, depending on whether they have used an AI in acquiring whatever expertise they purport to have. You might know where your doctor went to med school, but at least if they went in the United States, that's relative, accreditation agencies, make sure that it's relatively standardized, the kinds of things they've had to learn. If somebody says, oh, yeah, here's the answer to this question, right? Maybe my doctor uses ChatGPT all the time. Does that change, or should it change, the extent to which I would defer to them? Probably not if they've, been a real doctor, right, and gone through all of that. But as these systems become more ubiquitous, and as we start to have de-skilling or never skilling in certain things, I think we might have to adjust licensure or come up with new ways where we can, in socially acceptable ways, basically ask, are you the kind of person who checks your LLM output? You have to get a little badge that you get to wear around campus of I check my LLM, right? I don't know. But we're going to have to know that, because if somebody's just oh, yeah, I just trust whatever it says, I'm going to stop trusting them as a human. And that's a kind of loss of social trust that really worries me, especially given, quite frankly, the second term in the title of this, big tech. Right? There is an increasing homogenization of the models that are being used, at least at the frontiers. And if people aren't checking them, does that create a kind of enslopification of our everyday social interactions? And that scares me. And I don't have a good answer, and I'm sorry to be depressing on a Friday afternoon. But, I think that's one that we don't even quite know how to express the worry, let alone do anything about it.
Let me shift. My worry is what happens when we can't do math anymore without a $200 subscription to Codex or whatever. It used to be that
then it becomes $1,000.
Huh?
They said then it becomes $1,000.
Yeah, then it becomes $1,000 or $10,000. I mean,
I'm getting the cue to open it up to audience questions. So people in the audience. Am I over this, or someone have a mic? Yeah.
Whose mics?
Okay.
Is this on? I should have sent the straight one as I stand on a hill. You hold people on like go with your people here online. And so here it is.
You just said something about what if people have to pay $200? Here's the thing. History tells us that, for instance, this TV, which is, 70 inches, 10 years ago cost $2,000. Now it's $300. I have a feeling that the AI, even though it's going to get so big and do so much, the cost is going to go down. So does that sound right or not?
So what I would worry about there is that it's an arms race. So you're totally right that the thing that you can pay, the thing that you have to pay $200 a month for right now, like ChatGPT Pro, those capabilities in a couple years will be available much more cheaply. But there will still be a thing that you can pay $200 a month for that will be substantially better. And if you are a professional working in some sense in competition with your peers at other departments, you may be at a disadvantage. Mathematics may become a capital-intensive field, and even though the technology we have today will be cheap tomorrow, you'll be at a disadvantage if you've got old tech.
I'm a college professor here at Emory, and one of the ways that I've learned the most throughout my career, when I was a grad student, when I was an assistant professor, was hearing the questions that my colleagues asked during seminars, just how they would probe a speaker, how they would take that work. And what I'm finding now is that I've switched my assessment of my students to have them give presentations where you can actually question them. And it's been kind of like a game changer for me. So I'm maybe saying that to offer some hope in the age of AI. I do think that we can train students, but it's going to involve more, maybe less written word and more verbal.
I'll just say I completely agree. I try and use that kind of thing as much as I can. I just moved to University of Virginia from UC San Diego, where there's 38,000 undergrads. In 4.5 years, the smallest class I taught had 80 students. Leave aside the questions of how you teach ethics to 200 students. Unfortunately, I worry that there's a fracturing. I mean, I can do this now that I'm at University of Virginia, but there is a kind of fracturing I worry that might happen where the reputations of people, of graduates from certain schools will be different because they had the opportunity to develop these muscles, these cognitive muscles. So, yeah.
The machine learning class at Penn has 500 students in it. I've heard a lot of pessimistic talk from my colleagues that students don't know how to read things, they don't know how to, but it's not been my experience. I mean, so I asked in the beginning of my political philosophy course that I taught this semester, how do you want to run the assessment in the age of AI? And, should we do oral exams? Should we do blue books? One of the things that they said, okay, let's do oral exams. And in my experience, the way that things went, the students were very thoughtful. They didn't seem like students who never used their brains or don't know how to read or don't know how to think or anything like that. That they don't seem less thoughtful than the students that I remember from my days. So I don't know. I don't think it's all. But the problem is, to run oral exams, you need you can do an oral exam with a group oral exam means 5 students, 15 minutes. And so you need a lot of time. If you have 80 students, you can do 15 students in 50 minutes. So
For PhDs.
Yes, yeah. What are you going to do with 80 students? I don't know. You need a lot of TAs. So need more PhD students. Just a lot more funding for PhD students. Just hire a bunch of them.
It's checked out.
Yeah, what's one good?
I just wanted to point out that the question about doing math, needing a $200 subscription, is kind of an age-old question. We were asking it 50 years ago. What are we going to do when you can't do simple arithmetic without this TI calculator, which at the time probably cost around $1,000? So there are waves of technology changes, and we have learned to adapt to them. Yes, change is sometimes difficult, but those willing to adapt can actually overcome and flourish.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty optimistic about people's ability to adapt, but I think kind of going back to maybe the ethics part of this, whether or not we are just waiting for people to adapt, or if we're taking an active role in thinking about what we've been doing here, thinking about what skills they're going to need, what that's going to entail for how we change education, what all this entails for how we should restructure the incentives of conferences. So I think I'm optimistic, but I'm optimistic because I believe that there are people in the community who care deeply about this, will discuss it, and will do the work to actually make this happen.
I think maybe this is just another moral panic of, what if people forget how to memorize texts when we invent reading or whatever. But, like Plato was worried about it. But I don't know if it's the same. I mean, of course, it could always just be yet another one of these things, yeah? But in my experience, well, maybe this is just the perspective from people who do pure math. The tools didn't help that much. At the end of the day, it was you couldn't get that much further with your computer and a fancy, maybe sometimes Mathematica would help you or whatever. but you couldn't get that much further than you could with your notebook and your pencil. I mean, at least in my experience. And now suddenly the tools actually help. That's new. That's a new thing in the history of humanity. That's a new development. This was not the case in the last 3,000 years.
And maybe this is like a distinction between using it for, I don't want to say a trade level, but kind of tasks that a lot of people knew how to do. You just had to at some point learn them, versus now it's kind of at the frontier of research.
Okay. Hello. All right. So very nice session here. So I went to one of the Gozoeta Business School Master of Science in Business Analytics, and one of the speakers, I was just basically kind of sitting in on a lecture. One of the speakers was from Cox Automotive, and she basically said she came up with some kind of chatbot that would help car shops price out, source, and basically print out like how much this would cost, how long it would take for your repair to take place. And they're building these agents that help basically these car shops do this. But one gentleman in the audience raised his hand after. It's like, well, what do you do with all that data, right? And what he said was you could take all this data and sell it to insurance companies, where then they could basically say for certain cities, for certain individuals with certain like this part goes bad, that part goes bad, you can use that to set insurance rates for your consumers, right? And so in terms of, social trust, I mean, that's the issue I think about, is how is this information being used in terms of, is it benefiting the companies? Because I don't know like what they're going to do with that information. It's supposed to make your insurance rates go up, and how like as consumers, how we're supposed to kind of think about like whether these AIs that the corporations are using, are they helping us, or ultimately they're kind of making our lives harder and then causing more trouble. I thought that was kind of the topic that we were going to talk about a little bit more during this session. Like, I'd like to hear your thoughts about that.
So we can do another session on AI governance, right, and data governance. Can we just go into another hour on? Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're absolutely right to raise these questions. The uses of data. How do we think about the nature of privacy? Is it just about who owns the data, or is it about what you do with the data? So those kind of, is it property rights, or is it infringements on autonomy? AI governance is a really challenging topic right now. The last 15 months have seen a significant withdrawal at the federal level of any effort to do AI governance, as I think many people know. At the same time, we've seen, in particular, four states really seem to be taking the lead now on AI governance. Interestingly, they're California and New York, Utah and Ohio. All right, so it's a political spread of who's taking the lead on this. And I think that, we're running into a world right now where certain companies have enormous financial power, they have enormous technological power. They're not afraid to use that power to try and maintain the positions that they have. And, we're going to need to have different kinds of governance get into place. And that's it's neither easy to come up with governance mechanisms that could work, nor to get them implemented. So, I'm just continuing to be the downer of the afternoon, I guess. But I will say, I and many others, it's probably what I spend 3/4 of my time when I'm not trying to build a new AI system. It's trying to figure out what kinds of governance are feasible in the current political environment, and pushing for them, because I think you're exactly right. We need to be taking steps to protect ourselves collectively.
One thing that is, these are huge problems, and it's good to worry about them. One maybe small piece of optimism is that the market for AI seems to be developing a little bit differently than the market for things like social media and search, right? So in general, if you're not paying for the service, then guess what? You're the product. And all of the privacy issues that come from typing stuff into ChatGPT, at least for me, I've been typing equally embarrassing stuff into Google for years. And I don't,
I don't pay for Google. Like, Google's a free service, and it's advertising supported, and they sell information. Same for Facebook. It is looking like there will be some free tier. There's like a free tier of ChatGPT that might be ad supported. But at the moment, like, that's not how companies like OpenAI and Anthropic are producing their revenue. Like, most of their revenue at the moment is coming from these $200 a month plans, primarily selling to software engineers. And at the moment, at least, policy can change. But like, when you pay for those plans, one of the things you get is that they don't train on your data. When you use free versions, they do. And I think to the extent that these services develop with revenue models in which the people using them are paying them, that's how they're getting their revenue, we will naturally develop sort of better data protections than we have seen develop in things like social media and web search, where the users developed into the product.
What's that you all will not want to speculate on, and you are faculty members, and with the possible exception of Dr. Danks, govern your university. Things are exciting in Virginia right now. Hopefully that's going to reassert itself. I wanted to ask, I work in undergraduate education. I haven't heard any of you say, can we trust the degrees we are granting our undergraduates? I also am struck by the fact that the origins of higher education were individual teenage boys learning how to be clergy members from experts who taught them Latin, Greek, the Bible. And they performed their excellence with a speech at graduation in Latin or through a tutorial one-on-one. Obviously, we're far from that, and maybe there are good things about that. But what it feels like we're going to get to go back to is that the rich schools get to assess them by oral exams because your class of 13, social...
I don't have a class of 13.
Okay, right. But like, if you're teaching an upper level elective, you have time for this. Whereas if you're machine learning with the 500, you don't. How do we balance the fact that we have gone to this place, kind of post-industrial revolution, with this mass education model? And what I think we're really going to do is really stratify.
So let's take a wheel 5 minutes, so maybe we can...
So I'll try and be an optimist for once, since I've been the pessimist so far. The optimistic thing would be to say, there was a time that people said somewhat similar things about things like graphing calculators. How are we ever going to be able to trust that anyone knows math? I mean, I am of an age that I remember when these things were just banned. You could not use them. When my daughter went into 5th grade, she was required to buy one, and I was outraged. She's never going to learn math. And she's now a mechanical engineer who graduated from college. She's fine because teachers figured out how to teach, and they actually could get them to the more advanced concepts faster. I have colleagues who are bemoaning the fact that what are they supposed to teach in a data science class because the students can just use an LLM to teach them the Python. To which my reaction is, you were spending your time teaching them Python? Why weren't you teaching them the programming concepts? Why aren't you teaching them the ideas? And then, the implementation, that shouldn't ever have been the thing we cared about. So I think what we need to move to is we have to collectively figure out how do we teach and assess higher level concepts. I mean, I'm looking forward to doing philosophy classes because I think I can push the students to go so much further than I used to be able to because of these tools. If they are taught how to use them responsibly, and I can figure out how to assess them responsibly. But I think that, the optimist in me thinks that we're going to look back in 10 years and go, my goodness, I can't believe some of the things that we thought were good assessments. Now we know how to assess so much more sophisticated thinking, and the degrees become worthwhile once again.
And we've been talking a lot about the skills that we'll need to teach people, but I think kind of also hearkening back to like the origins of education, we will also have to think about kind of the values that we're teaching them and kind of responsibility and integrity. Those are going to be more and more important values.
I think this is a big problem. I think, hopefully we do figure out how to do these assessments, but I think it should be like all hands on deck right now, like trying to figure this out. Like, we were able to, over the last century, we were able to scale up education from sort of, a small artisanal thing in which we can personally interact with the students to a system that lets us educate many, many people, in part because assessments that didn't require in-person interaction, like problem sets and essays graded by TAs, although they weren't perfect replacements, they were pretty good. And I think AI is destroying our ability to trust those assessments, and if we do not find a way to have new assessments at the same scale, we won't be able to provide education at the same scale.
Okay, so you want to end us, or you want to go get a beer? Yeah, I don't know what the answer. I mean, I agree with people. I don't know if I don't want to put the cherry on top of that. So, I'm good.
Cool. Well, let's think.
So before you write that agent, agent that assess each student, that is an output on a webcam. But you also tell the students, each students.
I was going to bring this up, but I don't want to be like, AI was the problem, AI is also the solution.
People are starting to play with this. It's possible that the solution looks like that. So it's been done.
It's very hard because it's not hard. The systems that people have been building so far, it's really easy to basically break the system, to just get it off into some part of the conversational space that it shouldn't be in, and then it doesn't know how to do the assessment, and so it often just defaults to a simple grade. And students figure this out really quickly. So, we don't yet have the right kinds of security, essentially, but here it's a kind of linguistic and cognitive security on the agent for it to be able to do the assessment.
If I had to face a university that assessed me by oral exam via LLM, I think I would burn down the university.
You certainly would transfer.
Yes, passes 500 people in an attack, and they have to show their ATs while they're taking the test with pencil and paper. And I think it works.
Imagine paying for that.
Awesome. Well, let's thank our speakers.
Thank you. Well thought.
Great panel. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, in the last thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's how the.
Okay, guys, we are almost done. We've got some final closing remarks from Professor Clifford Karuba. He's the chair of the department. Oh, I'm all up in this. Sorry, the chair of the Department of Data and Decision Sciences here at Emory. He's also the faculty director of the Center for AI Learning. And Cliff, take it away.
Thank you all. So it's 5:01, and I thought I'd talk for maybe 35, 40 minutes before I let you all go. That good? Yeah? No. So I'm going to keep it to just two very quick things. First off, thank you all for coming. I've really enjoyed today. I hope you have as well. For those of you who've stayed from the beginning to the end, I admire your stamina. And fortunately, the reward is now here. It's Friday night, and we get to relax. If I was going to summarize my takeaway from today's conversations, I would say there's a lot of reason for optimism about how AI is going to help improve the world, but we shouldn't be utopian about it. There's a lot of reason to be concerned about some of the effects, and especially the short-run dislocation effects of what this technological revolution is going to do, but we probably shouldn't think the sky is falling, right? And so if we're clear-eyed and concrete in the pros and cons, the issues we have to face, the opportunities it creates, and we trust in ourselves that we've been through many, many technological revolutions as a species, and look, we survived creating fire, right? We could have just burned ourselves all down, right? If we're thoughtful, if we're engaged, I don't have an expectation that we're not going to engage and come up with solutions. As a professor, I can say we're all thinking about these questions and about education and how to make sure people learn and how to use AI to enhance what kind of education they get and what they leave Emory with. as opposed to just sort of putting my head in the sand or thinking it's doom and gloom and we're never going to be able to teach our children again. So I come away with a message of moderation and thoughtfulness. I hope nobody comes away with a sense of utter despair and that it's time to just, turn on the car. Maybe that's not PC, I don't know. Anyway, the last thing I want to say is, of course, closing with a call to action. So we've really enjoyed putting this on for you. We've enjoyed getting to spend the time with you. And we would love to have you, if you've enjoyed this, promote it, tweet about it, LinkedIn, tell a friend, whatever. Get the word out. That would be great. And then the second thing is, for those of you, if you're interested, there is much more programming that goes on at the Center for AI Learning and at Emory in general. And please reach out. We'll have more programming like this. This is our second annual conference. We'll be doing it again next year. We have other types of programming. We also have a very extensive experiential learning program where we partner with external partners on working on real-world problems with our undergrads and sometimes graduate students as well, in conjunction with those partners helping us and faculty engaged as well. And so that's a really rich opportunity. And so if you're interested in that, please, again, reach out. There's a QR code hiding somewhere, I was told. So if you see it,
Or is it? Strut.
in the front. So there are cards with the QR code. Please reach out and let us know. Beyond that, have a great weekend. Thank you all so much.